And good evening, everyone. Now it's time for the big test. OBS updated to a new version just before I started, so let's see if it's working. If I have any significant lag or anything here, I am talking and making noise with my face. Please let me know. We'll restart the son of a bitch and maybe that will fix it. But if it's not lagging, we'll just let it go. So I already know that there's a good 10-second lag on this end. That's a lot more than usual. I don't know why, but okay. So I'm going to tell you what's going to happen right now. Steel Gear says fine. Coach Wolf says looks good. Now somebody else is going to say, oh, yes, you're lagging. That always happens. Thomas Fuchsbau says just let it go. All right, we'll just let it go. Okay, tonight we are going to begin with wine. Oh, by the way, if you're a newcomer to this insanity that I do monthly, welcome to the Winestream. I'm not 100% sure what you're expecting, but what you're going to get is a frumpy old man basically just drinking wine and talking, and that's pretty much all I do. I was going to have a guest this evening. I was going to invite my dear and sainted mother up. However, unfortunately, the poor dear thing has come down with the COVIDs. It's a mild case, thankfully. She's at home in isolation and very, very unhappy about that fact. It's fairly certain she caught it on the way back from Europe. We'll talk about that later. So the wine for tonight is actually a Pennsylvania Riesling. Now, many folks know that I do prefer German Rieslings, so why am I drinking a Pennsylvania Riesling? Well, I am a Pennsylvanian, and ordinarily I say that Pennsylvania wines are crap, but this stuff is remarkable for two things. One, it is a surprisingly good Riesling, and for another thing, this comes from a wine cellar that is located in Pittsburgh, about 10 blocks up from the Westin. So I actually went and visited it, and I picked this bottle up at Anthrocon personally. It is good shit. Now, I'm going to point out, if you can see, there is some sediment at the bottom. Some people may look at that and say, oh, goodness, I don't want that. That's actually perfectly natural. That is a bit of tartaric acid that has crystallized out. It's very common with some white wines. Totally harmless. It's not going to affect the wine at all. In fact, wines often get sediment in them, which is why the bottle has this shape, so that when you pour it, you can decant that sediment off. I've got this adorable wine glass. This was a gift. I've got two of them, and I can point out to you. There it is. That is tartaric acid. If you can see those cute little balls and sticks, it probably looks something very much like that at the molecular level. Oh, and if you've been on VR chat, you recognize ethanol. There's actually a VR chat avatar of ethanol that's kind of cute when it runs around. All right, so I am going to open this, beginning with my amazing foil cutter. There we go. The very first thing I'm going to do is make sure there's no dreadful mold on the cork. And now I'm going to get out the wine rabbit, which I would ordinarily say, oh, look, it's Caraway. But I understand Caraway has given up the wine, so he is a dry bun now. I'm very, very proud of him for that. Keep up the good work, my lad. I'll have yours. So you might have heard that very, very soft pop there. A cork should not explosively bang out of a bottle. A professional chef once told me that the uncorking of wine should make no more sound than a lady's fart. Which, well, it's very illustrative. So the cork is moist, it is not moldy, it smells like wine, which it should. I'm going to put the rabbit over here. We are going to carefully with the label up, decant off those crystals of tartaric acid, and they're obligingly staying toward the bottom. They don't really have a flavor. They just kind of taste like grit, so it's unpleasant to get them into your glass. And now, having done all the classy stuff, we just guzzle it and get ourselves shit-faced. So, cheers. This is surprisingly good. This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by our wine cellars, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is a Lake Erie Riesling, meaning the grapes are grown in the Lake Erie region. And I see that Jen Long is here, and yes, I have the sacrifice sitting outside, the little glass of wine that was already poured earlier. That came from the bottle with which I pre-gamed, because it's no fun to start the Winestream totally sober, as Drax once very colorfully pointed out to me. I think Drax is here. If he's not, we can talk about him. Alkali's here. Hello, Alkali. So good to see you. I'm going to put this back in the stone. And Thomas Fuchsbaugh said, must be Germans from Pennsylvania who made that wine. Very, very likely. They are probably the ones who brought the grapes over. Pennsylvania was settled in part by Germans. You've heard of Die Pennsylvanische Deutsche. That is only one sect of German settlers. Lots of Germans settled outside of Philadelphia and moved into the center part of the state. One thing that I noticed my very, very first visit to Germany pardon, was that physically Germany, at least the region I was in, looked very much like Pennsylvania, and I guess that's why the Germans settled there, because it looked like home. So I have been doing lots of traveling of late since the last time we had a Winestream. My goodness. I've been to Germany. I've been to Scotland. I've traipsed all around the Highlands. I went to Edinburgh. Edinburgh is a very, very nice town, but everybody talks about the Royal Mile, which is the long road that goes from the castle down the hill. It sounds very, very charming, but it's like going to Atlantic City and going to the boardwalk. It's one giant tourist trap from the top to the bottom. You can't sling a dead cat without hitting some guy in full Black Watch regalia blowing away on bagpipes and such with a basket with coins in front of him. Maybe charming, probably not. Oh, dear. And have some more of this. One interesting little detail that was brought to my attention. There is, in front of a very old cathedral in Edinburgh, in the stone pavement out front, there is a heart, the Sacred Heart, le Sacré-Cœur. It probably was originally put there to represent the Sacred Heart of Jesus and all that stuff. My understanding is tourists come and they see it there and they think it is so very, very charming. So there are thousands of pictures all over the internet of these tourists who lie down with their cheeks on the heart. Oh, look at us, we're lovebirds, we are in love, and we get our picture taken on the heart. Well, it was explained to me that well, there are two rival football clubs up there. You got the Hibernian folks, the Hibs, and then you've got the Hearts, and their emblem, of course, is a heart. And the folks in Edinburgh don't take too kindly to the Hearts coming to town, so they see that stone as kind of the emblem of their football rival. So the tradition among the Hibsies is to piss on that stone heart in the sidewalk. So when all these lovebirds... You know what? I'm just going to get back to the wine. No. And Alkali says, Zanny says hi. Hi, Zanny. Looking forward to Basement Con. Okay, Alkali, there's a tiny detail I kind of would like you to do for me. You have seen to it that we got invited to the Basement Con, and that's very, very nice. I haven't the faintest idea where it is, how to find it, what. Just send me some information, okay? I just know that it exists. And Tianlong says, didn't you also try haggis for the first time? Yes and no. I had haggis. I was very, very reluctant. I didn't want to touch haggis because, haggis. But then I got to thinking, haggis is essentially the same thing as scrapple, which is something that I love. It's a Pennsylvania Deutsch dish. Haggis is essentially scrapple that happens to be made with barley instead of cornmeal, and the barley is ground very, very coarsely, whereas the cornmeal is ground very, very fine. So I tried it, and it essentially was Scottish scrapple, so I enjoyed it. Oh, I also had to have haggis-flavored potato chips, which was a gimmick. It didn't really taste too much like haggis or like scrapple, for that matter. Ushi is here. Hello, Ushi. So good to see you again. Ushi and Andre came to Eurofurence, and they visited with us, and they brought me some Müller Torgau. Ushi, the Müller Torgau that you brought me, I didn't bring it home. I drank all of it over in Germany, so maybe next year you can bring me some more. Maybe, possibly. Let's see. Ace, we do not talk about what is in haggis for the same reason we do not talk about what is in scrapple. Haggis and scrapple are both plant products. They grow on trees. They are harvested in the early autumn, usually between late August and mid-October. And we're leaving it at that. And Luparian says, was nice to see you again on stage at EF. Thank you very much, Luparian. I was very, very pleased and honored to be once again given stage time at Eurofurence, and equally pleased and honored to be able to share that stage time with my old friend Tianlong for the charity portion. I very much hope that the audience was satisfied with what we offered. If not, I don't care. We got your charity money anyway, so yeah. Vovaka said, did you enjoy my parting gift? Vovaka, typically, I don't accept unlabeled bottles, but since it was you, I brought that with me to Scotland. We cracked it open at the Fox Amore residence, and we tried it, and we proclaim it to be excellent mead. Vovaka gave me a bottle of homemade mead, and it was actually quite spectacular. I might have been a rude guest because I think I might have consumed about 85% of the bottle and only shared a small amount with my fine hosts. Dirtwater Fox, hello, Dirtwater Fox. Dirtwater Fox says, good evening. I say good evening right back. Lucky the Fosky says, had so much fun at the room party with you when you tried to sing the Norwegian national anthem. Did I go to a room party at Eurofurence? And did I try to sing the Norwegian national anthem? I think you're making that up. I really don't have any memory of that. Oh, and Rex Potenhoff was at EF26 for the very, very first time and liked the story hour and the charity show. Well, we're very, very glad to have seen you there, Rex. Next year, I hope you come back. It would be my absolute honor to have you buy me a drink at the bar. Jan Long says, how convenient. You don't remember the room party. I honestly don't. Was it in my room? Did I go to somebody else's room? I know that there are stories of me randomly knocking on people's doors asking for alcohol. There's lots of stories that. Anyway, let's see. Matthew Otter, is that a new dragon? Thank you very much for the change of subject. Yes, this is the newest official Slackworm plush. This is the Ferragus plush. from the Slackworm comic. I am quite the fan, and I very much had to get it because I do love Fergus, a worm so slack that he can only be called Slackworm. Let's see. Oh, Sagosaurus will not be going to Brazil Fur Fest next year, but college is important. So get the education out of the way, and we will see you there certainly in the future. I'm very much hoping that I can go back to Brazil Fur Fest. I wouldn't impose on them to try to ask to make me a guest again, but if they wanted to, I certainly wouldn't say no. I had a ball. In fact, I still have one bottle of cachaça, which is what you make caipirinhas out of. That is sitting in the freezer right now. It is going with me tomorrow to the home of Ume, my very, very good friend. I think you all have met Ume here, the Indian lady. She and her family have invited me over, as they do every year on that date, because tomorrow is the only night of the year that I allow myself to drink hard liquor. I make very, very few exceptions outside of that, but for 21 years, that date is when I will just say, that's it, I'm having a good, solid drink. Because 21 years ago, that's what I did. I didn't know what else to do. So I'm going to bring the cachaça. I've got some a whole bag of limes, 10 very, very fresh limes, and some raw cane sugar. And I'm even going to bring a little bit of ginger syrup with me. We're going to make a pitcher of caipirinha, and we're going to drink it. And that's pretty much the story. It's not a very complicated ritual. Lucky the Fosky says, I lost count of how many bottles of sake you guys drank. It couldn't have been more than 7, Lucky, because that's how many we brought with us. And Brazil Fur Fest is here. And I happen to have Bom Bom with me. So, hello, sorry, Bom dia, Brazil Fur Fest. Good to see you again. I was going to try to prop Bom Bom up here, but his face is so big he doesn't quite fit, so he'll have to sit over there. Yeah? And you miss me so much. Invite me back next year. Let's see. And Yakisoba saw almost no panels this year, but met a lot of old friends and made some new ones. That's the important part. At furry conventions, I don't want to say the programming's not important, but that's not the primary thing people go for. It was beautifully put by Mark Evanier years ago. Mark is a delightful man, a legend in the comic book industry, a historian of the comic book field. He was one of our guests at Anthrocon many years ago. I was staying up very, very late to greet one of our guests of honor, and Mark, who understands how the business works, came up to me and said, "Go to bed, you need sleep." And I said, no, I must await the other guest. He said, "I will greet the other guest for you. You need sleep, go." Who am I to argue with my honored guest? And I was very, very pleased and grateful he did that for me. Well, as he was walking the other guest upstairs, the other guest who'd never been to a furry convention before, said, "So what am I in for? What do I need to get ready for? What are these people into? Are they into animation, cosplay?" And Mark said, very, very eloquently, mostly they're fans of each other. And that's true. We're not really there for the commercial offerings. We're not there for what the convention has to present. That's icing on the cake. The real joy is getting together with people. Mama T says, sorry to hear about your mom. She's doing just fine. Again, for those of you who got here late, dear old mom has caught the COVIDs after going this long. Well, we are at the point now where, let's face it, everybody is going to get it at some point. You cannot avoid it any longer. The only thing you can do is prepare your body to fight it off. That's what the vaccine is for. When we were flying back from Europe, it was Tianlong, myself, and my dear and sainted mom. And we had one first-class upgrade. Now, both of us being gentlemen, we gave the first-class seat to Mom, so she was way in the front of the plane. I was a little pissed off because there were no fewer than 6 small children in that first-class cabin. Kids don't need first-class seats. They're not going to drink the free booze. They can fit perfectly fine in a regular seat. I was annoyed because this stupid-ass little motherfucker's up there in my seat. However, I am fairly certain that is where the dear old thing caught the COVIDs, up there with those little germ factories. So we were in the back where it was safe. And Vivaka says, if the only event is time in the ball pit, that doesn't help much. Oh, there are stories, yep. Let's see. Bojo Pigeon is here. Oh, boy, I've known Bojo Pigeon since the Furry muck days. My goodness. When I look back at my long career in furry fandom, all these people that I've known, it doesn't seem like it's been the 30 years that it has been. My goodness. It was a different world back then. And Bojo says, yes, since 19... By the way, this portion of the Winestream is brought to you by our wine cellars in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I'm going to top myself off a little bit here. And I gave some folks a lesson in sediment that you often find in white wines. That is precipitated tartaric acid. It's often called wine stones. So we shall pour very, very carefully so that that sediment stays in the bottle and does not go into me. I had always thought tartaric acid would taste sour, but it doesn't. It has no flavor. It's just kind of grit. And Alkali says, is that the place that makes the Pittsburgh tequila? Our wine cellar has all sorts of alcohols, and they are all locally made. I am hoping to organize an outing there for next year. Maybe 2 outings. One private for friends and such, and one where I'm going to tell everybody, just go invade the place. Let's see how they can handle it. And Lucky says, hope you're going to EF next year too. Wild horses could not keep me away from EF. Steel Gear is here. He's a wild horse. He couldn't keep me away from EF. So unless there are extraordinary circumstances, I will be at EF. Now, maybe I should knock on wood when I say that, because who knows what the future can hold. But I would be very, very sad to miss EF. I have not missed a single Eurofurence that has been held in person since EF 8. So, oh boy, that means that next year will be my 20th EF. Goodness, I'll have to do something special. Maybe I'll bring some sake with me. Oh, wait. Alkali says, 1 year, Zandy and I are going to make EF. Save your pennies. I'm also, dear me, maybe I got one of those crystals in my throat. There's a little tickle back there. I tested negative for the Corvids. I'm going to be testing again tomorrow before I go to my friend's house for dinner, but I don't think I've caught it. I am kind of hoping that I can make it to Confuzzled next year as well. But the timing for Confuzzled can be awkward. I just checked the airfares for Confuzzled, and they're actually very, very reasonable. They're quite affordable right now. By the time Confuzzled opens their registration and their hotel room rush, those airfares may well double. So I could get the airfare now and risk not being able to get a room for Confuzzled, or I can wait and then get my room for Confuzzled, but then not be able to afford the airfare. So we'll have to see how it goes. And Thomas Fuchsbau says, the Birmingham Hotel again? Yes, yeah, that hotel. Let's not talk about it. Last time I was there were one or two things that I made some polite comments to the manager, some small items that could do with a little bit of improvement, and hopefully they did. Yeah. And I'm not sure what Alkali is talking about, but then again, that's nothing new. And Danny Lauderdale says, passing by to say your room at BFF is already booked. I guess that means I'll have to go. Danny, make sure, email me what the dates are. I need to block those out on my calendar. Don't put it on top of Eurofurence, whatever you do. Steel Gear is ill. Oh, dear me. Steel was one of the last people we saw before we left Germany. He is down 6, still negative on the Corvids, though. Hope it stays that way. Well, I'm hoping it's something very, very mild. Maybe it's just a problem in your throat. Maybe you're just a little hoarse. Sorry, that's the best I could do on short notice. All right. And Isorkera. Issy, hey Issy, how you doing? It's been a while since I saw one of your streams. Well, here I am. I am right here, and I'm so very glad to see you again. Yeah. Lionwing 1220, you are an absolute darling for noticing. Yes, I did lose weight. The last time some folk might have seen me was in 2019. I am 30 pounds down. That is roughly 12 kilos down from where I was then. I had been even thinner, but somebody pointed out that maybe I'd gone a little too far. So I'm trying to keep my weight somewhere in the range of about 75, 76 kilos right now. And Issy says, hope you will return to Anthro Northwest again. I would need an invitation. If they'd like to invite me, I would almost certainly say yes. And Zeno says, I can't find the bottle opener. Oh, Zeno, it's right here. Just come on by. We'll let you borrow it. And also, if you're going to get fancy, I have the wine rabbit here, which I playfully call Caraway, but that's for another day. Lucky the Fosky says, I'm a hop on VR chat if you'll be on there later. Well, Lucky, I pretty much do this stream until I'm nearly unconscious. I won't really be in any shape to get on VR chat. That would also involve breaking down the studio lights. So there's big lights up here and the camera and all this stuff, all made possible by my very, very generous Patreon patrons. Thank you very much. But I don't think I'll be on VR chat after this. And Tianlong says, I have to say it in the Tianlong voice, next year at EF, we need to have an American condiments on pretzels panel. The only condiment that goes on pretzels would be mustard and possibly scrapple. I haven't tried scrapple on pretzels. So it's not like we're just going to be randomly putting things on pretzels. Let's see. Yep. And Danny says he has a room for alkali. Alkali, you feel like going to Brazil? It would be fun. Okay, I wonder how many caipirinhas alkali could handle. This is not a contest. Do not get into a drinking contest with us. We don't do that, but it will be curious to see. See, alkali also knows when to stop most of the time. Let's see. And Lion Wing, don't forget tomorrow. Lion Wing, you might have gotten here too late. I've already got plans for tomorrow. The bottle of cachaça that I brought back from Brazil Fur Fest is going with me to a friend's house, along with a bag of 10 limes, a big box of cane sugar, and a little bit of ginger syrup. I am going to make an entire pitcher of caipirinha, and my friends and I are going to consume it, because that is how I observe that anniversary tomorrow, because on that day, some 21 years ago, that's what I did. I didn't know what else to do. And Sageosaurus says, caipirinhas are strong. I am stronger, dear. Remember, I was able to down 13 of them before my body said, stop, we're finished. Let's see. Silver is still looking for garlic-topped bagels. Oh, yes, I took Silver to New York Bagel here, and apparently he fell in love with the garlic bagels. I didn't realize that they're not a common thing over in Europe. That's it. Num, 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 num. Sage says 16. 16. Did I have 16? I'm sure it was just 13. I thought I stopped at 13. Okay. I don't... However many caipirinhas I had, that's how many I had. Okay. Alkali is talking about tequila. Tequila, it's got the word kill right in the middle of it. You are not, it's cactus juice. It's still got the needles in it. You're not supposed to drink that stuff. Sage says I had 13 caipirinhas before opening ceremonies. I did? I don't remember that either. Yeah, but who's counting, right? But I had good folk taking care of me. Lion Wing, did you hear about... It's impossible not to have heard about the death of Queen Elizabeth II. And I was prepared to say, the Queen is dead. Long live the... Well, we now have King Charles III. I had been thinking, on that sad day when Her Majesty was in her final hours, I thought, with today's modern medical technology, they could have put her into an induced coma and put her on life support and kept her on life support for years until Charles kicked off. Then they could have pulled the plug and William could have been the next king. But, who listens to me and my great ideas? Let's see. Danny and Alkali are talking about charity panels. I'll let them talk about it. That's a professional thing. And some media say Charles is the new queen. Well, Charles already had one little gaffe. He was meeting some of the crowd outside of Buckingham Palace, and then apparently didn't know which door he was supposed to go in. Now, maybe because the monarch gets a special door and he's used to going in the kids' door or so. I don't know. Let's see. And Zanny points out, people aren't so hot on the royal family since Prince got busted. Are we talking about back in the Purple Rain days or after? Yeah. The problem with the royal family is they're a family. They're human beings. They sometimes have kids that do stupid shit, even if those kids are in their 70s. Let's face it, I think some of the royals never actually grew up. Things would have been a lot different if Lady Diana was still around. I'm sure she could have kept things in check. But, well, history has unfolded. We will see how Charles III does. And somebody pointed out that we now have Charles in charge of our days and our British knights. Get it? Knights. Not my joke. Somebody else made it. Hello, Jasper Finn. How are you doing tonight? An Undertaker says, we need to hold a furry con at Buckingham Palace. What if we got a bunch of corgi fursuiters to swarm Buckingham Palace? Would they let them in? Lionwind says Uncle Kage should run for president. No, thank you. I've seen the job. I don't want it. Dear. And Rex Potenhoff says, how about a corgi charity fur party at Bunkhouse? I'm not 100% sure what all those words mean, but it sounds like fun. And corgi fursuiters, they would have to be all basically like anthropomorphic bread with little tiny legs. And Raur says, what if we convert the royal family? I'm just going to note that you don't convert anybody. Nobody becomes a furry. People are furries. They just happen to discover at some point in their life that there's a name for it. So nobody in history ever just woke up one day and said, suddenly I'm furry. They always were. They just didn't know it. Oh, boy. Oh, Ivo Ferruccio, Setzer, hello. Oh, sorry, bom dia. And indeed, I still have one little remaining thing, the last bit of currency that I have from my visit to Scotland. I was hoping I would have a Royal Bank of Scotland £10 note, but it's a Bank of England note. And it's got young Elizabeth on it, and then the ghostly image of the older Elizabeth kind of floating there. Ooh, look at me, I am the disembodied head of Queen Elizabeth. I'll be haunting the Tower of London with Anne Boleyn and all those other ghosts who... she'll have to get in line. There's so many ghosts in that tower. And AKA, I don't know if that's Aka or also known as, I saw you around EF, but you appeared to be busy every time I spotted you, so didn't want to get in your way. Do you still play VR chat? Yes, I do still play VR chat. Not tonight, possibly tomorrow. But Aka, I really wish you would come up and said hi to me. It is a complicated social norm, I guess. I want people to come up and say hi. If I look busy, kind of come up, wait for a moment, wave, say hello, introduce yourself. I made a tweet about this. If you would like to come talk to me, I want you to. That's what I'm there for. I'm there for people to come talk to me. If I'm sitting and I'm talking to somebody, just kind of join the crowd, stand there, and when there is a break in conversation, which there usually is when I do something like this, and if everybody else is drinking, there's a silence, you can wave and say, hello, Uncle Kage, I am Aka, I watch your Winestream. And I would say, oh yes, hello, buy me a drink. And it goes on from there. What you should not do is, if I am sitting with a group of people, you should not just come up, grab a chair, sit down, and begin talking about things, that's a little bit awkward, especially if you talk about things that are the kind of subjects that people look at each other and say, what is this about? I'm not going to get into details, but somebody did that at Eurofurence, and it was very, very, very awkward. Everyone was sort of left saying, how do we respond to this? Someone suggested that I should make a series of videos about how to con, but I understand Ronnie already did that, so we can dig up his old videos. It would just be reinventing the wheel. Let's see. And Steel Gear says, Kage was left traumatized this EF. There were some traumas. There was also the heat stroke. My goodness, my understanding is the EF weekend was the hottest weekend on record in Germany since they first started measuring temperatures in the 7th century or something ghastly like that. And the Estrel Hotel, which is a gorgeous hotel, was built with a distinct lack of air conditioning, and their lobby is enclosed in glass. It's a giant greenhouse. It became a sauna. So people who like saunas were perfectly happy to wander around there sweating their asses off. And Silver says, didn't you have a guy go, I have a bondage fetish once? Probably. In fact, people have come and sat down. There's a table, people having a conversation. Somebody has come, pulled up a chair, plopped themselves down. The polite thing to do is say, is this seat free? Or is anyone sitting here? Or do you mind if I join you? There are two answers. There is, yes, please, go ahead, and there is everything else. If the answer is anything other than, sure, go ahead, the people are trying to politely say, maybe not right now. Now, there could be 1,000 reasons for that. Don't take it personally. Maybe they're saving the seat for somebody. But you don't just pull the chair, sit down, and say, hi, Uncle Kage, pleased to meet you. I was actually born with two anuses, one in my left shoulder, and the doctors are still working on trying to close it up. Would you like to see? Everyone's out there laughing, but that kind of stuff happens. Or if you want to join the conversation, keep it brief. Say something and then take a breath. Don't interject into the conversation and then begin a lengthy monologue that you somehow are able to keep going for 45 minutes without actually inhaling. I don't know if you're circular breathing or what, but all of that, I couldn't even do it myself right there. Like we're sitting and we're talking about the bizarre German summer, and my goodness, it's almost 38 degrees Celsius outside, and it's 45 in here. Goodness, it's so terribly hot. Oh, I wish the air conditioning was on. And then in that break, to have somebody sit down and say, were you aware that the cumulonimbus cloud is only capable of forming at altitudes of 23,750 feet? I've studied this extensively. You see, the cloud formations, it's... Don't do that. Just don't do that. And I've not been watching this, and I glance over at the thing, and the first thing I see is Vivaka saying, the Finns were very happy. Yes, the Finns love their saunas. And I'm supposed to say sauna because apparently if you say sauna, the Finns get mad at you. Yeah. Yes, Steele, it's the avians and their circular breathing. They do that. And Lion Wing says, my favorite animal fursuit has to be the badgers. I wouldn't say I've got a favorite. I I just like not just the craftsmanship in fursuits. I like how people perform in fursuits. I like it when they bring the fursuit to life. Anybody can cover themselves in this carpet and stand there and wave. But somebody who can put that suit on and make you believe that it is an actual creature, can bring that carpet to life. That's what I like to see. And Bojo, thank you. I've seen people pull up chairs and sit down in front of an artist table in an artist alley. They do that in the dealer's room. Dealers have names, and they call them parkers or post-its. These are folks who are trying to make their living. This is their job. They're at work. They are at a dealer table. Here I am at my dealer table. I got my table in front of me, and I am selling stuff. And somebody comes and puts himself here and says, "Oh, hey there, famous artist that I'm very, very pleased to meet. You don't know who I am, but I was very late getting here because the washing machine overflowed. I don't know if I told you about that, but when I came down this morning, there was water all over the floor of the laundry room, and I'm not really sure how the washing machine could overflow because it's supposed to have a check valve, but I was mopping water up all morning long." Meanwhile, you've got people standing there with their credit cards behind the guy trying to give you money. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's rude. We want to talk to you. We want to interact with you. But please understand, we only have a certain amount of time, and we have to ration that time among a lot of people. I would love to be able to sit and talk with you for the next 6 hours, but I can't. There's a lot of people want to buy me, want to talk with me, and I need to give the time to them. Let's see. And Slippery Stallion says, a chair in the dealer room? Yes, Bojo's right. I've seen people do it. They'll just pull a chair up and plop down like, here I am. Like, aren't you glad that I am gracing you with my presence? Don't do that. And I just glanced down and I'm coming in the middle of the conversation. Steel Gear says, naked saunas? You're telling me there are freaks who aren't naked in saunas? Steel, let's be realistic. If you were in a sauna with me, you would want me to be wearing clothes. In the United States, there is a federal law. It prohibits men my age from being naked in the presence of other human beings. It is just for simple decency. Let's see. And Slippery Stallion says, I really enjoy seeing you at a very small con. I do go to some very small cons, and those are fun because I do have extra time then to sit and talk with folks. If you see me sitting in the lobby and I'm just sitting there with a drink by myself, for goodness sake, come up and talk to me. I'm probably desperate for somebody to come and talk to me because if I'm sitting by myself drinking, that's bad. I want somebody there to share the drink with. But large conventions tend to be working conventions for me. There's an expectation. That's why I'm not out touring the city. That's why I'm not upstairs asleep. If a convention invites me to come, there's an understanding that they want me to be there to interact with people, and that's what I'm there to do. And I really can't focus too much on one person or one small group of people. God, this sounds absolutely terrible. I'm just trying to be honest. I really don't know how to explain it any other way. I really do like to interact with people, but sometimes I just cannot spend the time I want to with folks. Let's see. And okay, now I'm talking and I'm not looking at the chat, and I keep seeing these little things here Danny says, that was weird as hell with old Argentinian men naked. Maybe I should just stop the stream and scroll back and look at this because this looks a hell of a lot more interesting than what I'm talking about. Jasper Finn says, what's your future con schedule looking like? Funny you should mention that, Jasper. I was just talking about this earlier. I took my breakfast this morning in the city of Durham, here in North Carolina, where some furries get together at a coffee shop, and I joined them. And they said, will you come, this and such date? Let's see. 2 weeks from now, I will be at Forever West in Wyoming. The week after that, October 1st, that's going to be the next Winestream. Put it on your calendars. The weekend after that is Alamo City Furry Invasion. The weekend after that is a mysterious private event which we shall not mention the name of, but it's Basement Con. The weekend after that, it's the weekend of the 22nd, is Con Furor in Guadalajara, Mexico. And then that's it for the remainder of that's the official convention calendar for the rest of the year. There's some small trips that I'm making just privately, but those are the conventions I have coming up. Let's see. And Danny says, sorry, not talking about Argentinians anymore. What am I? Katie's here. Hello, Katie. Katie, for those of you who do not know, is my little bitty baby niece. I really should probably stop calling her that because she is a beautiful grown lady now, but she will always be my little bitty baby niece. I don't know if I ever told her about the day she was born. I should tell her the story someday. I was in 11th grade, and I knew that my sister was pregnant, was going to be, having a baby. This is the first baby of the new generation, and I was in chemistry class with old Mr. Baldessano, my chemistry teacher. And the little announcement thing came on saying Mr. Baldessano, could you send Sam Conway to the office? By the time they got there, I was in the office. I just had to know. Matthew Otter says, are you going to be whiskered? Sadly, Matthew, I cannot. Be Whiskered is on the same weekend as Con Furor. I made a mistake when I was making my schedule. I made my convention schedule early in the year. Con Furor had not updated their webpage. They still had, I think, an announcement from like 2019 or something. The header had a different date on it. It had the following weekend. So I thought it was going to be that weekend. Now, they since had updated their website, but I didn't notice. In other words, I screwed up. So I cannot go to be whiskered. I am committed to going to Con Furor in Mexico. And Jasper Finn is saying, looking forward to hopefully catching up with you in 2023 at a con. Well, in 2023, I know that I'm going to Motor City FurCon in Detroit. I know that I'm going to Anthrocon. Confuzzled, maybe. We're still thinking about that. I have a strong suspicion I'm going to Brazil Fur Fest. I'll be going to Eurofurence, and those are the ones that I am certain about now. Slippery Stallion says, the ads for MCFC always look so good. Motor City is a very, very nice convention. And Steel Gear says, are you confirmed to actually be a guest of honor there now? A guest, not necessarily a guest of honor. I enjoy a different kind of honor. Conventions have me as a guest of honor one year, and then they invite me next year as not a guest of honor, but a special guest, a featured performer, or some title like that. It usually doesn't come with all the bells and whistles and all this stuff, but it is essentially an invitation. Uncle Kage, we would like you to come back to our convention. We can't give you the big cars and we can't give you the giant hotel suites, but we really want you to come back. Usually that's all it takes. It's very, very rare that I turn down an invitation, especially if the invitation includes an open tab at the bar. Dirtwater Fox, do you have any plans to visit Megaplex again? I don't know. Dirtwater Fox, I don't know when Megaplex's dates are in 2023. I know that Eurofurence is shifting forward to the first weekend in August. And I don't know when Brazil Fur Fest will be. Those get the first dibs. If Megaplex is on a free weekend, I may well be able to consider it. Jasper Fenn says, I'll be working in Reg at MCFC. Then you will definitely see me. I'll be the guy in the lab coat asking for a badge. And Danny says, you'll be our ethilic guest for 2023. I don't have the faintest idea what that means, but it sounds really cool. And whoa, wait a minute. Megaplex is moving into September. Okay, if Megaplex is in September, then that is a possibility for next year. Again, we'll have to see if they'd like, to invite me along. It'd be kind of nice if they invited me along. I'm just saying. Yeah. Part of it is they don't pay scientists like they used to. I am actually paid a rather low salary, so most of the travel to conventions I do, the conventions help out in some way. That's part of being a guest. I simply cannot afford to do all the travel on my own, which is why I'm especially grateful when they invite me out. They say, we'll send you a plane ticket. I'll say, oh, thank you very much. And Daniel Lauderdale says, boozy guest is a better name. So, Danny, are you saying that I will be Gringo Cachacero? Let's see if we can make that a new title. Gringo Cachacero guest. By the way, for those of you who don't speak Portuguese, it roughly translates to drunken old American. So I'll be Gringo Cachacero Convidado. That works. Or Convidado Gringo Cachacero. I want that on my badge. That's going to be my badge name. Convidado Gringo Cachacero. And of course, the species will, as always, be Caipiranha. Ivo says, I bet Uncle Kage dreams about tasting jambu again. I don't remember meeting jambu. I meet so many people. You might have to refresh my memory. Yakisoba says, I've never been on an airliner in my life. You're not missing anything, believe me. It's not what it used to be, and it ain't all what it's cracked up to be. I was the cachaça that makes your tongue go numb. Yes, I knew that. The yambu. Yeah, I knew that. I was making a joke. Of course that. Basically, Qianlong, you would like this. It's a cachaça that has the same effect as the Szechuan prickly ash. You take a sip of the stuff and it numbs. It's a beautiful anesthetic. I was taking a small sip of it and I said, if I have to have dental work, this would be perfect. You don't need needles. This stuff is great. Oh, Dareka says, thanks for notifying me Kage was alive. Now, we're going to assume that I am once again online because all of a sudden OBS sent this little thing saying, hey, asshole, you're not online anymore. And it also screwed up all of my my carefully configured video brightness and shit like that. So pardon me while I fix that. Let's make this -5. Okay. I hope I'm back. At least this version of OBS tells you when you've disconnected, unlike the last version where I would drop and I'd be going on making a bunch of idiot noises. So, yes, we are back. Those of you who missed it, OBS did some shit. And it says, at a much lower quality of video. Genlong, help, fix. What do you mean lower quality of video? I'm here. I haven't changed my quality. I am an asynchron. And the audio is off. Is it? Is the audio synced properly? If not, I don't fucking care. So somebody tell me. Tech Priest Ryzen says it's pixelated. Try reloading, because I'm not pixelated. I haven't had enough wine to be pixelated. After the second bottle, I'll be damn pixelated. I can guarantee you that. And Silver says, yes, ladies and gents, refresh your trousers. Refresh your browsers. I'm sorry. I really do need to get... Yes, I meant browsers. Refresh your browsers. Sorry, let's... Yes. I'm also going to take this opportunity, since I was bitching and moaning about how hot it was at Eurofurence. It's very, very warm here in North Carolina. I'm going to kick the AC down one more notch. Be right back. Yeah. So we don't have the faintest idea why OBS suddenly decided to take a shit the way it did, but you know, it's OBS. Okay. I don't remember what we were talking about, so I'm just going to talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about. This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by the Bayern Furs, the good folks in Bayern. That's Bavaria to you Westerners and everything. They're very, very nice folk. I got to meet a lot of them at Eurofurence. And also by R Wine Cellars, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They're at 20th and Penn Avenue. It's just up 10 blocks from the Westin. Yeah. Oh, nom. Let's see. Nope, nothing to remind me of what we were talking about. Undertaker the Furry Vampire says, who needs trousers? Well, apparently not Steel Gear as he's in a sauna, but I do. And Mio Van Me says, that Fergus plush is bigger than the old sitting room. It is. This is practically life-size. This is the new Slackworm plush. This is the brand new Fergus. You notice how slack he is. He's got his little smile on his face there. But the old sitting one is still sitting over there. This one is about twice the size. And now they're talking about kilts. I did not buy a kilt when I was in Scotland. The Highlands were calling to me, and I thought about it, but then I thought, I don't have the legs for a kilt. Ronnie, he's got the legs for a kilt. I don't. You don't want to see me in a kilt. It would be a disappointment, let's just say. I suppose I could bring up some of the photos and then do what? Hold the camera up there? Yeah, like one of my favorite photos. We were on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, and my dear and sainted mom saw this amazing 1930 Ford, and she was all like, "Oh, that's great!" And we kept mom at the front of the vehicle, and we were talking to the owner, and we kept her at the front of the vehicle because we didn't want her to see what was at the back of the vehicle. Apparently, American culture has made its way over to Scotland, as you can see. Yep. Here's a picture. This is what happens when you take my mom and Ronnie to Edinburgh and turn them loose at a whiskey distillery. We're just gonna leave that down there right now. Okay. I'm going to refill my glass too while we're here. And again, being very, very, very careful that we do not get any of that sediment in here. Again, those are what we call wine stones. It's just crystals of tartaric acid. And if you are curious, that is tartaric acid up there. I can't put anything behind it, so yeah, just pretend you know what tartaric acid looks like. Yeah. And Matthew Otter says, I've got those in my truck. Of course you would, Matthew. Oh, Katie, you're going to Scotland in a couple of weeks. Where are you going to? You must tell me. If you need a place to stay and it's in the area of Edinburgh, I got just the spot for you. We stayed in a little village in the Kingdom of Fife called Aberdore. And we had a little Airbnb at this wonderful, wonderful lady's home. And it was spectacular. It was like having a long-lost relative who had invited us to stay in her home. She was very, very, very charming and an excellent hostess. She baked a cake to celebrate our arrival. And the village of Aberdore is absolutely picturesque. And I met the most Scottish man in the world because Mum wanted to buy a book on the history of the town. And our hostess said, there's a little news shop, we would call it a news stand, a news shop down at the bottom of the hill near the rail station. It's run by a man named Willie. Just go in and ask him for this book. So I went in, and behind the counter was this grizzled old fellow with a giant white beard sitting back there. And I said, excuse me, would you be Willie? And he said, aye. And I said, Mrs. Stockdale sent us. And he said, oh, aye. I said, yes. She said that, and I saw the book. She said that we could purchase this book. And he looked at me. I said, yes, this book here. Yes, which I see is £10. So here's £10. Cheerio, and I left. Those are the only things he said to me. Danny says, will it be possible to take you to Rio next year to BFF, Danny? As much as I would love it, again, the curse of the American worker. I've got 2 weeks vacation, and it has to be rationed throughout the entire year. There are some convention days where I actually have to have my work laptop there and make it a work day because I can't afford the vacation. As much as I would really, really love to be able to say, that's it, I'll just take 3 days and go to Rio, I can't, unless I get fired between now and then, which I hope doesn't happen. We visited the site of the Battle of Bannockburn, which was where Robert the Bruce defeated the English army, sent them packing, sent the English king retreating to Stirling Castle. Thousands of British soldiers died in the desperate retreat trying to cross the river and drowned and got trampled in the mud. It was a tremendous Scottish victory, and it was Da Amor took us there, and he was very proud to show us the history of the Battle of Bannockburn. And afterward I said, that is an amazing story. So moving to see how the Scots routed the English. And to this day, Scotland remains free and unfettered by English rule. Dodd didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. Nom nom. Katie, do you have your accommodations set up for Scotland? If you do, that's great. If you don't, drop me a line. I will put you in touch with the lady we stayed with in Fife. She was an absolute delight. I'm sure you would love to see her. Drop me an email when we're done. Or one of those text messages that you kids are so excited about these days. Yeah. Let's see. Boy, what's still going on here? And Vivaka says, you guys severely need widespread class consciousness. You really should fight for more paid time off. I was going to say, you sound like a certain musician, but I'm not going to go any further than that. Let's see. Oh dear. Okay, the only downside to these studio lights is they're very, very bright, and it's kind of hard for me sometimes to see what's. Maybe I'm gonna change the background on the text here so I can actually see what's going. Oh, Draco, you're late. Was working on a statue and didn't see the notification. Well, Draco, I'm very, very excited to see this statue. Can you give us a preview? Yep. Steel Gear says, in before somebody says, Steel, I beat you to it. You weren't paying attention. Danny says, I need a caipirinha. Or do you need a caipiranha? Undertaker, Kage, what's the most you have ever eaten in one sitting? That is a very, very strange question, Undertaker, but I can answer it. And it involves Eurofurence. And a story I can tell because, one of the main characters of the story is dead, so I can tell the story. One year when Eurofurence was in Zuul at the Ringberg Hotel, at the foot of the mountain, and for the rest of you, I should fill in. The Ringberg Hotel is a mountaintop hotel in the German state of Thüringen. It's like where eagles dare, this huge towering mountain, and perched on the top of it is a hotel. It is was, I should say, an absolutely magical place. That's where I met André Opitz, the greatest barman in all of Germany, and became friends with him, and Uschi, his dear mom, became a friend of the family. Eurofurence was at the Ringberg for 3 years. At the foot of the mountain was a little, they call it a pension. It's like a bed and breakfast. And the restaurant portion was an American-themed restaurant called The Crazy Horse. And it was adorable to me. I guess I looked at it the way Australians look at it, Outback Steakhouse. Because, yeah, we're in Germany. We've got an American-themed restaurant, and it had all this Old West stuff. And it was so sweet. They had chips and salsa on the menu as an appetizer. Their chips and salsa was Fritos and ketchup. But, okay, they tried. It was cute. They had pictures of of John Wayne, and they had a full-sized horse sculpture, like a big plaster of Paris horse, with the foreleg upraised and an ace bandage around the joint of the leg. I'm going to tell you what that was. Wounded knee. Get it? Okay, it's an American thing. Well, the staff of EF was going to have a post-convention, let's go to dinner at the Crazy Horse. The Crazy Horse was a tiny little place. I think they had seating for about 18 people at maximum. It's literally a family-run establishment. Dad is the manager, mom is the hostess, the daughter is the waitress, the daughter's boyfriend is the cook. That was the entire establishment. So the EF staff were going to go down there and have a post-EF dinner. And apparently somebody got word that they were going to do this and started spreading the word, hey, there is a dead dog party down at the Crazy Horse. We were talking earlier about, social things you should not do at conventions. If you hear that the staff is going out to dinner, leave them the fuck alone. Let them have their dinner. What happened was at least 80 furries descended on this tiny little restaurant that could seat 18 at the absolute maximum. And every table was full. People were crowded in the garden. People were putting orders in for meals and drinks and appetizers, and the staff was just completely overwhelmed. That year, I was there with Jibba. Some of you may remember Jibba. He's dead now. Here's to Jibba. But at the time, he was not. So he was still alive. And we thought this was kind of funny. We were seeing the humor in this deluge of furries, like, invading this tiny little joint. And it was funny until the waitress started to cry. Okay, say what you will about Jibba. He was a Southern gentleman, as am I. And we were not going to it wasn't funny at that point. We were not going to tolerate that. So we basically commandeered ourselves. We started waiting tables. We started taking orders. We started clearing dishes. We started doing anything we could to help. At one point, I went behind the bar and I saw they had a sink, and it was an interesting sink. It had these 3 brushes that were sticking up out of the sink, and like a little faucet, and I thought that's kind of weird. And I picked up a glass, and I'm kind of like trying to figure out how this works. I looked up. There's Dad, the manager, the owner. He saw me. He was wiping down a table. He saw me behind the bar. He threw down the rag that he was holding, came storming toward me, and I thought, I'm in trouble. He grabbed the glass. He said, not like that, like this, do it like this. I'm like, oh, yeah. Now, okay, I learned how to wash glasses at a bar, so I'm washing the glasses. Jib is bringing them in. I'm washing them as fast as I can. Dad's filling up the beer. And what we noticed after about a half hour, some people had put in their orders and had gotten impatient because the staff was so overwhelmed they couldn't keep up. These people had left, just walked out. And the waitress was bringing out these big plates of food, and the people were gone. And I saw this happening, and the poor folk were just looking very, very miserable. So I went up to, I called Dad over, and I basically got the whole family together. I said, okay, listen, my friend here, Jibba, we're Americans. Any food that people have walked out on, bring it to us, we'll eat it, and I'll pay for it. And we tried. I think between the two of us, we must have eaten about 8 or 9 meals worth of food. We gorged ourselves. It was a game effort, but I still paid for every single meal that had been abandoned. I did that because I didn't want this family to have the impression of furry fandom as these marauders who came in and destroyed their livelihood. I wanted them to think back on this in terms of, my God, what a harrowing night that was, but at least we made our money out of it. So, yeah, that's the most I've ever eaten in an evening. Now, subsequent to that, since they had a positive memory of furries, the next year after Eurofurence had moved away, I went back after Eurofurence and I brought Duncan Rue with me. Duncan Rue is a big green kangaroo. He's a consummate fursuiter, a fantastic fursuit performer. And I brought him with me to the Crazy Horse so they could, oh yes, here is a fursuiter and we're not being inundated. So we had like a little tiny fursuit party there with just Duncan and I think there was another fursuiter there. And Bavaka, we're not going to dignify that. We went back the next year, but we went on a Monday and the Crazy Horse was closed. And I snapped a picture. They had like a little chain across the front door. It said geschlossen, or I think that's the word. And I took a photo of Duncan leaning over and just looking sorrowful. And I sent that to them. My understanding is they framed that photo, and that still is in the entryway of the Crazy Horse today. A green kangaroo fursuiter looking miserable because the Crazy Horse was closed. So if you're in Seoul and you go to the Crazy Horse, tell me if that picture's still there. And Vavaka says, you must remember Eurofurence 25 with Herr Bürgermeister. Do you mean the actual Bürgermeister? The Eurofurence 25. There's lots of Bürgermeisters. It was, I think, Eurofurence 22 that it was 21 or 22 when they were in Magdeburg, when I was enjoying my German wine here. I'd had like 3 bottles because it's Germany and why not? And Olwulf, I think it was Olwulf, came up to me and said, Uncle Kage, could you come and talk to someone for us? I'm like, yeah, sure. Where the hell is he? And I'm staggering. Olwulf is dragging me along. And there's a little guy standing in the lobby. And I went, hey, that's good. Don't get up. Oh, dude, that's a kick-ass mustache. Not as good as Hitler's, but it's really cool mustache anyway. And Olwulf leaned over and said, das ist der Bürgermeister von Magdeburg, this is the mayor of Magdeburg. Now, I've told some of the folk on the stream before, there are situations where I can sober up just like that. And I did. I was like, really? Sprechen Sie English? He said, nein. I said, gut. And afterward, I grabbed Olwulf and I jacked him up against the wall. I said, dude, what the hell were you thinking? Couldn't you see that I was drunk out of my skull? And he said, actually, no, we couldn't tell the difference. So, That's my story. Ah, dear. And Rex Potenhoff tells us that the crazy horse still has the picture there. Oh, Draco says the statue is on Twitter. Draco, can you put a link in the chat here? I would love to see it. Actually, can you put a link in the chat? I'm not sure. Yes, Sully, jacking a person up against the wall is grabbing them by the lapels and forcing them against the wall and shoving them up like this. That's all it means and nothing more. Is the audio out of sync? Oh, fuck. Is the audio out of sync? If it is, I will try to restart OBS. Some people says yes, some people says no. This always happens. I'm sorry, Mama T, try restarting. Maybe it will be in sync because... and Draco, okay, you tagged me in it, that would work, yes. Echo the Wusky says, I'd love to see your ferns one day. I'd love to learn how to speak German. Actually, Echo, you don't need to learn how to speak German. You can speak American German. I've been getting away with it for years, and the Germans haven't said anything. I hope they're not offended, because all you have to do is sound like you're speaking German, and they'll understand. You can go in and say, hello, ich wünsche to haben eine Glase of Wein, bitte. And they'll give it to you. They'll think you're an idiot, but they'll give it to you. You can get what you want. All of the German that I know, I have learned by going to Euroferns. I would love to get some honest feedback from my fine German hosts, but they are far too polite. Not a one of them is going to say, dude, your German sucks. They always say, oh, your German is so good. Yeah, okay. Why is it then that when I went to the bar and asked the lady if I could please have a glass of wine, she brought me a dead duck? Let's see. And Austin Schmuck. Don't want to ruin anything, but 60% of Germany can speak English. I'll bet it's the 60% from the left side, isn't it? Sorry. Yeah. Indigo Ryu says, you'd be surprised how well you get along in Berlin with English. Actually, we seem to do okay. I will bring up a picture. We went to the Deutsche Technik Museum, and they had some amazing displays. One was a train display, historic trains, and that was great. They included some rail history from the middle part of the 20th century, which was educational, if not necessarily a feel-good sort of thing. And they were, I'm glad they did that. It was a very honest thing. But they had a display of aircraft. All right. I have studied World War II. I hate to say it, the Stuka was a beautiful aircraft, and they had one in there. But they had a display of artifacts from several German pilots. Now, I'm going to show you, this was the display. On the left, the memorial of this one guy who died, and here's the parachute they found that never opened, and here's this guy's medals. It's this guy in the middle. This is what they had for him. His traveling bar. This guy brought this little portable bar with him everywhere he went. That's my kind of soldier. Imagine this guy gets shot down over, I don't know, France or Russia or Siberia or Antarctica or Brazil. I don't fucking know. Soldier comes up, you're my prisoner. Okay, now we're friends. And I'm serious. There are so many historic events that would have gone differently if somebody had just cracked open a fucking bottle. Because, the old saying, in vino veritas, in wine there is truth. You get diplomats together, get them shit-faced drunk. Maybe they'll come to blows. Maybe they'll beat each other up. But they will come to a mutual respect, because drunks cannot lie. And it is my earnest belief, and I'm serious, it is my earnest belief that if you were to get the entire United Nations absolutely falling down, pissing their pants, puking on their shoes, drunk, we would finally achieve world peace. And Katie says, Dad built himself a portable bar. Actually, Katie, I took this photo for your dear dad. Many of you who went to Anthocon may remember that quiet, unassuming gentleman in the khaki vest and the Anthocon staff badge. That was Dr. John Mulvey. He is my most respected and beloved brother-in-law and the father of Katie. So, indeed, he is also a gentleman who understands the incredible détente power of alcohol. Danny Lauderdale says, I need to prepare some caipirinhas at Anthocon in Pittsburgh. I would not stop you. As a matter of fact, Danny, Talon Wolf is the operations director for Anthocon. He can probably help you coordinate the distribution of said caipirinhas. Nom nom nom. I don't know if you can hear that. I've got some brand new upstairs neighbors. They're moving in today. I saw them carting furniture up, and they are apparently lifting the furniture up to the ceiling and dropping it right now. So if you hear a thump, that's what it is. Talon Wolf says, what is capybara wetness? Talon, imagine, if you will, taking an alcoholic beverage very, very similar to rum. It's called cachaça. It's very much like rum. It's about 80 proof. Pour that into a glass, add a little bit of lime juice, add a little bit of sugar, and say, it's done. That's a caipirinha. Oh, Jen Long is heading out because the Mid-Autumn Festival is here. I didn't realize that. Jen Long, thank you for coming to join us tonight. Enjoy your Mid-Autumn Festival and have a mooncake for me. Oh, Blue Paul Wolf 80 proof is roughly 40% alcohol. DL says, Kage, do you have a favorite aircraft? I do. It is an even split. The World War II B-17 Flying Fortress was an incredible feat of aircraft engineering. I have flown in a B-17. Benny Tiger, one of my oldest friends, got me that tremendous gift for my 40th birthday. He got me a flight in a B-17, and that was incredible. I do love the B-17, but one of the most elegant, beautiful, and miraculous fighter aircraft was the Mitsubishi Zero. I saw one when I was in Japan at the War Museum, and it was like that scene in The Empire of the Sun. I'm looking at this thing, just wanting to touch it, but it was it's the stuff mythology is made of. I'm certain the fellows that fought against it might have disagreed, but certainly the pilots who flew that aircraft would agree that it was an absolute marvel. Modern fighter planes just don't have the same spirit that the old planes did in the days of old. There's a story that I heard from one of the oldest furries in the book. This guy is so old that his name is Wolf. Back in the Furry Muck days, yeah, his name was Wolf because he was the only one. In the early days of furry fandom, he was the Wolf. He told me a story. He was from Canada originally. Canada is that place up there. He was at the War Museum in, I think it was Ottawa, and he had brought his grandfather with him. This was years ago, back in the 70s, maybe the 80s. He had brought his granddad to the museum because granddad was getting up in years, and he thought, well, Granddad sits at home all the time. Let's get him out and do things with him and have fun. So Granddad just wanted to sit home and watch the curling, but Wolf said, no, let's go out. So they took him to the War Museum. And Granddad was shuffling around looking at all the stuff. He was like, yeah, yeah, right, whatever. Yeah, right, whatever, buddy. And at one point, Wolf said they went into the aircraft exhibit, and he looked over his shoulder, and Granddad wasn't with him. And he looked back. They had an old Spad biplane on display. Grandpa had climbed over the chain and was standing with his hands on the plane. And Wolf ran up. Grandpa, what did you? And just then the museum guard came over. Sir, I'm sorry, buddy, excuse me, buddy, you can't be on the other side of the chain there. Hey, buddy, you got to come over here, eh? And Granddad said, but this is my plane. And the guard said, you mean you flew one of these in World War I? And Granddad said, no, I flew this plane in World War I. And the guard said, don't move. Stay right there. And he ran off and came back with the museum director. And they sat him down right then and there, and they filmed a little thing. And my understanding is that is still in the museum archive, this interview with Wolf's grandpa describing how his grandson dragged into this museum, and then, oh my God, that's the plane that I flew over the Western Front. Nom, nom. Let's see. And Mio says, my favorite aircraft is the Horten 9, the Goethe 229, which apparently the Smithsonian has one. Now, Mio, correct me, that was the World War I German bomber, was it not? The Goethe. They called it the Great Dragon. Now, I've got somewhere the photos that I took from that B-17. There's one photo Of course, you take the pictures out the windows and of the ball turret and out the front, all the tourist pictures. But there's one picture that I got. There was this was back, of course, in like 2004, 2005. There was an elderly gentleman wearing a vintage sergeant's uniform who was on that same aircraft, on the same ride as I was. And he was sitting looking out through the waist gunner's port with the biggest, incredible smile on his face. I didn't get to talk to him, but I didn't have to because I got the entire story. I could tell that this guy was reliving a moment from there. I love that picture. Yeah. Let's see. Vice and Wolf says, sadly, I forget the name of the veteran you met who flew as a turret gunner in World War II. Vyson, that was Staff Sergeant Paul R. Gordon, Gordon, 92nd Bomb Wing. And now, I think I can put links in the in the whatever the hell thing. Can I put links in this? I think I can. Can I? Somebody tell me. Because it's my damn show, right? Let me look at my. Give me a second here. I don't have Ronnie to help me out with this stuff here. It should be 17. Wow. It's got to be in my favorites or something like that here, and I'm looking at it. I was just randomly looking up some videos online. Actually, I was looking for maybe some pictures of Otto Stamberger, who was there it is, the German ace who shot Paul Gordon down. I'm going to copy this link and I'm going to put it into the chat if I can. Yeah, I'm allowed. There it is. I'm going to pause because I got to pee, but I want everybody to click that link. What is it? Some guy made a diorama of a B-17. It's like, oh boy, isn't that cool? It's a diorama of a B-17. And I looked at this diorama and I looked at the tail number, 419018. I said, holy shit, that is Paul's plane. This guy made a diorama of Paul Gordon's aircraft. So here is the aside. Go look at that video. I'm going to go pee because, damn, wine does that to you. Be right back, and I'm going to mute the microphone because of previous experience. And we're back. An amazing diorama of that B-17E that my old friend who published this little book, that was Paul. Now, looking at that face, you can tell he was a smart ass. You know, it's amazing the Germans actually kept him. There's something I want to read to you. Paul's story is quite amazing. He's got a lot of stuff in here. For those of you who might be seeing the Winestream, from more recently, and don't know the story of Paul Gordon, he was a ball turret gunner in that very same B-17 that you see there. He was shot down in October of 1942. And I want to read something here. This is from Paul's book. The following members of the U.S. Air Corps, and they list, Lieutenant Chorak, Sergeant Dolan, Lowy, Buckland, and Culpeper, were killed in action when crashing on 9 October 1942 near Mouchin. They were buried on October 11th in the French civilian cemetery. The following units attended the funeral: 1 band, platoon of the Air Force in command of band leader; 1 platoon of honor of Airfield Company 14, providing military honors. The 5 coffins were carried by 6 soldiers each from the morgue to the place of the grave, the band playing the chorus "Departure," the platoon of honor presenting arms. 5 wreaths were carried behind the coffins. After lining up in front of the place of the grave, an officer of the Air Force spoke words of mourning and departure. The coffins being lowered into the graves, the band played the choral "How Peaceful They Rest." A parson officiated, spoke the "Our Father in Heaven," and blessed the dead. The wreaths of the German Air Force were laid down at the graves. That is a translation of a dispatch from Luftwaffe headquarters in France. The men of that aircraft were buried by the German Air Force with full military honors. As Paul told me, the war was different at the beginning. I need to fix something. I'll be right back. This will do. Paul also showed me one of his most cherished possessions before he died, a Christmas card that was sent to him by his friend Otto Stamberger, the leader of the German fighter group known as the Abbeville Kids. Stamberger is the man credited with shooting down Paul's plane. The official military record gives the credit to a different pilot. But I don't know if you'll be able to see this picture. Let's hold it up here. I can barely see. That's a photograph of Otto Stamberger standing next to the tail of the aircraft he shot down. That's Paul's tail number. I think that's pretty incontrovertible evidence that he's the guy who brought it down. Stamberger, many years afterward, keeping up this lifelong correspondence with his friend in the United States, wrote in this Christmas card, "I just want to make sure you understand, I was shooting at your engines. I was not shooting at you." And he felt very badly, he concluded, for the 5 men who did not make it out of the aircraft. Such is warfare. It fascinates me that in my mother's generation, her uncles, her family were at war with the Japanese and the Germans. But my mom can sit down with Germans and have a wonderful drink with them and laugh and reminisce and carry on. She can drink sake with the Japanese till all hours, and she does, believe me, and have a wonderful time. Even though when she was young, our countries were at war. I've said this before, and I will say it again because it is an earnest hope, and it is something that I hope I live to see. I hope that before I die, someday I will be sitting down, holding a drink, alcohol, non-alcohol, it doesn't matter. Someday I'll be sitting down with my arm around an old man who used to be an Al-Qaeda operative, and we'll say, you remember how weird the world was when we didn't understand each other? Let's move on, shall we? Oh, Drax says, Steele says you wanted something from me. If it is what it usually is, I've told you my hourly rates. No, not at all, my dear boy. I want more minstrels. I'm out. You must resupply me because my blood level is getting low. My minstrel level is critical. Incidentally, this bottle is a German Spätlese, and this was sent to me by... this is what you do. If you're going to leave a bottle at Amphicon, leave a note with it. This is from Tiptoe the Rat. Thank you very much, Tiptoe. I don't know if you're able to watch tonight, but this is a Mosel Valley. This is a Spätlese. The Germans understand this is a late harvest, meaning it's got a higher residual sugar. It's a much sweeter wine, which means it will fuck you up even more if you get drunk on it. Drax says, what's in it for me? Well, we could talk. I could send you certain videos. Let's see. And I'm looking back at the top of this, almost off the screen. Talibov is saying, wine, battle, wine versus wine. What the hell did I miss while I was in the bathroom? Oh, Jezizak is here. Hello, Jezizak. Hi, good to see you. I'm going to close this window in the back because it is interfering with shit. There, it's gone. Let's see if there's more photos in here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's Paul, and that is Otto Stamberger. Imagine having an autographed glamour photo of the guy who shot you down and made you a prisoner of war. The war was different in the early days in 1942. I miss Paul. He was a spectacular fellow. If you go to the Uncle Kage YouTube channel, I did get to film on a very, very bad cell phone camera with a lot of interference. One of Paul's final storytelling appearances. You can hear his story there. Just bring that up at some point when you're not listening to me get drunk here. Oh, Nico is here. Hello, Nico. Good to see you. Damn, this shit is good. Oh, by the way, before I had mentioned previously that I've got these wonderful studio lights and this amazing camera thanks to our Patreon patrons. If you want to become a Patreon patron, you can.
just go to patreon.com/Uncle Kage. And here's, I guess I'm obliged at this point to say, you should like and subscribe. No, you shouldn't. I don't fucking care. If you don't like it, don't like it. You don't have to subscribe. I'm not monetizing this channel. I don't give a damn one way or another. But I do want to thank Aranchius, Volpes, Bentley, Shepherd, Botunos, also known as Aaron, Herolif, Cecilian, Check the Shep, David, Hunter, Dunkel, Pfote, Flatfax, Fluffy, Cobalt, Furry Trainer, Jackal Shergle, Atheist, Kaharia Worgan, McLavin, Martin Spankenberg, McLovin, Maine, Merlin, Scorch, McCall, Mama T, love you Mama T, Mutterwolf, Nikolai Tiger, Onyx Flame, Paul Crazy, Q the Dane, Rick Hale, Rusty Rubber, Sasha White for Silent On, Silver Fox Wolf, Silver Gatamon, Silver, who's watching right now, Tess Cat, Magic Jag, The Dragot Show, and all of the above, Tom Fox, Ash, Vobaka, and Yakisoba. I'm going to include Arco Fox in that. Drax, tell him I still love him. There's a backstory. You might learn that later on if you're nice. Let's see. And Talent, oh, I missed something. I'm seeing Talent say it's rare for him to slow down long enough to do that. He's in multiple dimensions at once during AC. What the hell did I miss? All right, I'll let somebody else. Oh, hi, Arco, you're still there. He was watching Kindergarten Cop while Drax cringed to death. That sounds about right. Yes. And Silver Fox Wolf says, how... I cannot do his posh accent. How can I be nice if I'm a big bad wolf? Okay, he's a big, I am a horrible, vicious, snarly werewolf, and I bark and I balk and I roar, but he sounds like he should be sipping tea at Buckingham Palace with one finger up. I'm sorry, you're the poshest werewolf in the world. Nom nom. And Vivaka said, Ich muss pissen. I just did that. Nom nom. So, oh, I forgot. This, you know what this is? This is the Anthrocon, the official Anthrocon phone. You notice it's an old flip phone. This is the phone that makes the calls to people that need to get calls after Anthrocon. This is the phone that I say, hello, is this, Fluffy Kitten 226? Yeah, this is Uncle Kage, the chairman of Anthrocon. I'm wondering if you can help me out with something. I'm looking at some of the reports from the hotel, and I really can't wrap my head around it. I was hoping you could you could clarify for me. The hotel has this very confusing report about a hotel room door that had a bunch of bad dragon things stuck to it, and for some reason your name was associated with this. Is there any way you can help me understand? Yeah, you don't want to get that phone call. Sully says, you say one finger up. This one, the posh finger, that one there. Yeah? Danny says, ha, 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 because Danny has had to make that phone call too. Every con-chair has had to make that phone call to somebody. Nom. Talon says, why is that phone active? I don't know. You're my fucking operations director. You tell me why it's active. BT Beowulf says, a wonderful day to you, Uncle Kage. May your wine glass always be full and the Riesling plentiful. Both. Thank you, BT. And thank you, by the way,
thank you again for being our tour guide in Berlin that wonderful Sunday afternoon and taking us to see that magnificent museum. Yep. And Talon Wolf is saying words. He says, at least we moved to mint because foxes. I don't have the faintest idea what any of that means. But I don't need to. All I do is sign the checks. And if things work, that's all I need to know. Nikolai Tiger, is it good that I've never received that phone call and have been attending conventions since 1985? Yes, it is good. As long as you never get a call from that phone, that's good. Yep. And Danny says, you met with Red Panda Guy, the Brazilian bad dragon. I did not, Danny. I do not know what you're talking about. I never met with Red Panda Guy. I never looked at his catalog, and I never purchased anything at all. You can't prove anything. There is no paper trail. I deny it. Thomas Fuchsbaugh says, are you still able to draw? Barely, but thank you for reminding me, because for the Patreon patrons whom I mentioned of late, some of them who give me money for this stupid shit ask me to draw amazing works of art, and I don't. I draw crap. It doesn't matter. Some of the folks say, "Oh, Uncle Kage, you shouldn't put your art down." I'm a realist. It ain't art. It's crap. But people pay for it anyway, and if it makes them happy, that's what I do. What the hell? I am trying to save this file. I hit save as, and it's supposed to be this PC and a bit. Excuse me. There's no Asians here. I'm having some difficulty. Talon is like my honorary Asian. Hang on. Oh, wait. What is today? Today's the 10th, right? Yes. This is my... Yes, you drew stuff for your patrons on this date. So, we have come to... And Matthew Otter says, we love your hands. They're old and wrinkly. These are an old man's hands. In fact, these are a chemist's hands. I don't know. Tell me, can you see the scars? Not only are these an old man's hands, can you see the scars on them? There's one there. There's one there. Never mind. Sorry, we're talking chemistry. All right. As I said, this is a Patreon-supported wine stream, and we are now going to go to that portion of the wine stream where I attempt to draw pictures that are requested by the Patreon patrons who give me money to do this kind of shit. So we're going to go to the drawing cam right now. We're going to switch to the... Oh, shit, the wine is there. Okay. Okay, things got... Sorry, let's move that. Anybody want €5? Okay. So this is the drawing cam. There we are. And this is the drawing pen. All right. So here's how it works. I get the mouse. It's the mouse. Okay. And I look. Okay. And people say, I want you to draw this. And the first one we have is Akko, who is a beloved fox from Britain. He's almost as posh as Silver Foxwolf. He's just like 10% more chav than Silver Foxwolf is. So he says, Arco crying because cost of living here has got so much I've had to cancel my support. Arco, even though you have had to cancel your Patreon support, I still love you. You're still a darling, and I am very, very grateful both for your support and for your friendship over the years. So I shall still draw a picture for you. So we're going to draw Arco Fox. Arco is a fox, which means he has ears. Foxes have ears, and they've got this floof on the sides of the head, and they've got these very, very pointy muzzles like that. But this particular fox is very, very sad, and he's crying, right? And he is so sad that he can barely hold his glass of champagne. And the thing is, this is cheap shit Tesco champagne, because the cost of living has gotten so high in the cost of living has gotten so high in Old Blighty that poor Arco can not only afford not to be a Patreon patron anymore, he's got to buy his champagne from Tesco. So we still love you, Arco. And I shall sign it, Uncle Kage. There we go. Thank you so much, Arco. You do not need to be a Patreon patron to be one of my favorite British foxes, so it's all right. Okay, next we have Rick Hale. Rick Hale is saying, the door spider commenting on Uncle Kage's morning jogs. So if you do not know, I have a door spider. The door spider is a resident who lives over my door. My door is shaped like a door, like this. The door spider is an orb weaver. And that means she makes these very, very large webs that kind of look like this, right? But she only has them attached to the top of the door. Now, the door spider kind of looks like this. There's one more. There is historic meaning to that. The door spider is saying, I hope the stupid old coot remembers to duck. But we are going to have a historical fact here. Historical fact. This is l'araignée folle. I've been drawing that character since 1977. Because in 1977, when I was in French class with my beloved old French teacher, Madame Cusimano, she could never read my handwriting. She said my handwriting looked like, and I will quote, "Your handwriting looks like a mad spider dipped its feet in some ink and ran across the paper." So I became the mad spider, l'araignée folle. And all of my French assignments included this little character on it when I signed my name. So Rick, the door spider is a current resident, but we are going to resurrect l'araignée folle just for you. There we go. A little bit of personal history there. You want to know more about Madame Cusimano? Ask me about when I was
lost and drunk at Guermont-Parnasse in Paris. And next we have Furry Trainer, who says a chocolate chip cookie. Okay, we're going to draw a chocolate chip cookie. We're going to draw a cookie, and it's got these spots in it, kind of like this. But wait! These are raisins. Because Riesling is not Gewürztraminer. There's meaning to this, and if you don't know it, you should go to my story hour. There we go. Thank you very much, Furry Trainer. There we are. Okay. Next we have David Hunter, Uncle Kage dressing up for Halloween. Oh boy. Okay. I'm going to put this to the channel. Throw out some ideas. What should Uncle Kage dress up for Halloween this year? I shall pick the one I want to pick. Waiting. Okay, Silver Fox Wolfen has it. A sake bottle. That's it. I am going to dress up as a sake bottle for Halloween. Okay. So, first we have Uncle Kage. Now, we all know how to draw Uncle Kage. You start with his potato-shaped head, right? And all potatoes have ears. And then you add the AstroTurf hair, right? There'll be a quiz at the end, by the way. And remember, you have to have the drunken wine eyes. He has a nose, because all potatoes have noses. Yep. And the drunk dots. But he is dressed up as a sake bottle. With legs. Yeah. And this is... He's not only dressed up as a sake bottle, he's dressed up as Dasai Beyond. Oh my God, I wish I had some of that. And of course, you got to have your, hands out here. Okay. Yeah, that would be, but since I'm a furry, we got to have a tail, right? So we're going to have a tail here too. All right. And this is for, I've already forgot who this is for. Oh, this is for David Hunter. Thank you, David. Uncle Kage. That's a very stylized you. Yay! Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have Silver Fox Wolf, a werewolf at an airport waiting to get on a plane, being a very good boy. Okay, now, we've already established that Silver Fox Wolf is supposed to be a horrible, snarly, vicious werewolf of London, but he is far too posh for that. He is also supposed to be a rampaging, destructive macro wolf, but he is far too posh for that. So, here we are. Okay. Silver Fox Wolf. First off, wolves have these very boxy muzzles to distinguish them from foxes, right? And they still have the floof on the sides of the head here, right? But he is wearing his very, very posh bowler,
and his ears are coming out from under the bowler like that. He's got a square ear because sometimes wolves have square ears, right? Yep. And being very, very posh, he has got on his city gent suit with his, he's got a French button-down collar, of course, right? And it is a tailored suit, of course, because all werewolves have posh tailored suits, right? And he's waiting here with his very, very large macro brandy snifter that he's holding, right? Fix that ear. There it is. Whiskers, gotta have whiskers. And immaculately pressed trousers, because all macro wolves have immaculately pressed trousers, right? And he has his first class boarding passes here because all posh macro wolves are having this. But he's going to be boarding an aircraft, but as he is a macro, the aircraft is like British Airways, like, down here. So how he's going to board it is anybody's guess, but okay, the important things are that he is, one, snarly, two, gigantic, three, and very, very, very posh. So, yes, indeed. So this is for Silver Fox Wolf. This is Uncle Kage. I think I have captured it there, yes. And he is being a very, very good boy. That's how it works, yep. And Cosmic Fog says, put 2 planes on them poles like roller skates. A little late, Cosmic. If you'd been here 2 minutes earlier, I would have done it, but thank you very much. We'll try that next time. And then Silver Gatoman, I'm going to have to go to the format and rap because this is kind of long here. Rap. I say, yo, I'm rapping here. Okay, Silver Gatoman says, he gazed at the magnificent beast in awe, wondering how the hell it even got into his room. Sure. Okay, so we have Silver Gatoman. He gazed at the magnificent beast in awe, wondering how the hell it even got into his room. Well, we need a door, right? We need a door. And apparently the beast is probably Silver Foxwolf, and what we are seeing is this big wolf eye looking back at him. And remember, there's floof on either sides of this, right? Because that's all you can see staring out there. He gazed at the magnificent beast and all, wondering how the hell it even got into his room and how the hell it was going to get out again. That's because that's all you see when you look in through the door. Thank you very much, Silver Gatamon, for your continued support and friendship over the many, many years. All right. Let's see. I've done Arco, Fox, Rick Hale. I've done Furry Trainer, David Hunter, Silver Fox Wolf, Silver Gatamon. So,
now we come to Silent Dawn. It's probably gonna be a tiger. How do I know without even looking? Because Silent Dawn always wants a tiger. Oh, wait. Draw me having a good time on my trip to Puerto Rico, holding up the Puerto Rican flag. Okay, so first off, we need Silent Dawn. Silent Dawn is a tiger. Now, we all know from watching this Winestream, to draw a tiger, you first draw their testicle faces. Tigers all have testicle faces, right? They look like this, right? And then they come up like this, and they got these big cookie-shaped ears, and they're always very happy, but they're tigers, so they got stripes, right? So we got to have stripes. Yep. Now, he is having a good time, meaning he's got a very, very large bottle of cerveza. I think that's how it's spelled. In this hand here, and we'll give him some actual joints here. And he is holding up the Puerto Rican flag. So we need the flag of Puerto Rico. So what we're going to do is we are going to cheat and add that right there, just like that. Okay, so we have a Silent Dawn having a good time with his cerveza and the Puerto Rican flag, and I hope you are indeed having, since it's Puerto Rico, we'll say Tio Kage. I hope you have an absolutely fantastic time in Puerto Rico, Silent Dawn, my dear old friend. Thank you. Now, I do believe that's all. We have Silver Gatamon, Silver Fox Wolf, Silent Dawn, David Hunter, Furry Strainer, Rick Hale, and I think that's everyone. So we are now going to get back to the couch cam. I almost hit the wrong thing, but you know what? I'll hit the wrong thing anyway. Here we go.
Gokiburi, gokiburi taiso. Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi taiso. Gokiburi, gokiburi, gokiburi taiso.
And we're back. Okay, so thank you very much to my dear beloved Patreon patrons. Furry Trainer has yelled at me in the past for putting down my art, but you know what? My darling, I am indeed a realist. None of this is going into the Louvre. And if it does, the French have really lowered their standards. So, I saw Cosmic Fox is saying, where's the drink of choice this evening? Well, Cosmic, it began with a Pennsylvania Riesling. Now, this one was particularly heavy in the tartrates down at the bottom there. Again, we went into that earlier. I now have switched to something that was given to me by a very, very, very cute mouse, as a matter of fact, who goes by actually, sorry, Rat. I apologize. That was a terrible slip. I meant to say rat. I did not mean to say mouse, and I did mean no offense by that. Please do forgive me. So Tiptoe the Rat sent me this amazing German Riesling, which is a Spätlese, a late harvest Riesling, which is particularly sweet. The late harvest grapes have been left on the vine for a longer period of time. They have generated more sugar, so the wines tend to be sweeter. Nikolai Tiger says, I forgot to submit one. Nikolai, tell me right now in the channel what you would like, and I shall go back and draw it for you. Give it to me right now. Because
Nikolai Tiger is one of our longest standing Patreon patrons. I would not for one moment suggest slighting him and saying, well, you didn't get your stuff in time. Nikolai, tell me what you want. I'll make it happen. Oh, and Silent Dawn just got back. How was Puerto Rico? I hope you had a fine time. And Cosmic Fox says, how do you feel about mead? Which the folks in Scandinavia call mead. You can ask Vovaka. Vovaka gave me a homemade mead, which was absolutely out of this world. I would have had sex with that stuff if I was 30 years younger. And out of the blue, Silver Fox Wolfen says, weren't you the one who locked the door on students turning up to lectures late? Yes, but they weren't paying me Patreon money, were they? Besides, oh, wait, okay. We're going back to the drawing cam. Nikolai says the poster for Anthrocon the movie. Anthrocon the movie. Oh boy. Wow. Okay, so this is for Nikolai. Nikolai Tiger. Anthrocon the movie. Wow. Oh boy. Okay. We need Pennsylvania. So here we have Pennsylvania. And New Jersey's a bunch of shit over here. Nobody pays attention to that. Yep. Here it is. C. An old man burst into anxious tears. Thrill to the many fursuit things. Pay your membership or we will throw you out. Coming in 2023. Anthrocon on ice. Yeah, that works for me. By the way, I'm going to have no memory of this in the morning. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to look at these pieces of paper. I'm going to say, what in the name of the living God is this shit? All right. Thank you very much, Nikolai. Apparently I'm missing the hat. What hat? What hat am I missing? Sorry, we have to go back to couch. There it is, couch cam. Couch cam. David Hunter says, we found out there was an Egyptian food festival. Is that mummified hot dogs? Okay. Let's see. Oh, Nikolai says, I submitted the form for it as well. Oh, there it is. There it is. Thank you very much, Nikolai. We got it, and I'm very glad we were able to get it here. Yep. Oh, Katie says, don't promise ice capades if you can't deliver. Now, Katie, do you think that your Uncle Sam would not be capable of producing ice capades in July in Pennsylvania? Honestly, dear. How long have you known me? Moving right along.
Sully says, I would pay good money to see Anthracon's fursuit parade on ice. That is known as the Midwest Fur Fest fursuit parade. Sorry, I was promising I would not go there, but apparently I did. So, anyway, Talonwolf, I see message retracted. Now I'm extremely suspicious. What the hell did I miss? Let's see. Manuel Pinner says, hello, Uncle Craig. Okay, sure. That's because you're going to have a massive raging hangover tomorrow. No, I will not. I will not. And I will tell you why. Because the only alcoholic beverages I have had this evening have been these 2 bottles of wine, with a possible third, depending on how long this stream goes. I do not know. Those of you who have known me a while know that whatever I start with in the evening, I will stick with. You do not mix your liquors. That's where the hangovers will come from. Let's see. Steele, you're still here. Holy shit. Jesus, it's got to be like frickin' 1:30 in the morning for you, but I'm so glad you stuck around, my dear horsey friend. Says, what about the pregame? The pregame was a cheap shit bottle of white Zinfandel that a friend gave me because, it's a friend. But it was perfect for the pregame. I was not going to drink it on screen because people would think that, I like that kind of shit. Here's a note. Who's bothering me? Oh, a new Patreon patron, Rex Potenhoff. Rex, thank you so much for joining the Patreon patrons here. I look forward to reading your name if I can pronounce it next time. Yeah. Okay, Vovaka, no, the answer is no. You ended up mixing your alcohols at your reference. Not for the past 15 years. I learned my lesson many years ago. Let's see. Okay, Cosmic Fox, you're talking about, you say sulfates, it's actually sulfites. I'm splitting hairs. I personally do not believe that the presence of sulfites is going to contribute to a hangover. The hangover, there's a lot of complex biochemical shit going on that causes a hangover. I could spend the next 30 minutes, I can make a PowerPoint presentation going note by note about things that are likely to contribute, things that are not likely to contribute. It's not very, very straightforward. Sulfites is at the bottom of the list. If I were to mix, say, tequila and wine, that's at the top of the list. And yes, I am the chemist. You can tell because I have the amazing glass here, which has all of the major flavor components of wine. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, and Vovaka, yeah. Don't add nicotine to the mixture. By the way, if anyone is located in the central northern part of the United States, the next convention that I am going to be attending, as I frantically look at my calendar, make sure I have this right, the weekend of September 24th, I shall be at Forever West in Laramie, Wyoming. I've never been to Wyoming before. I'm very excited. It'll be my first time in the state. So if you're in the neighborhood of Laramie, Wyoming, I shall be at Forever West. I look forward to seeing people there. 2 weeks thereafter, the weekend of the 8th of October, I shall be at Alamo City Furry Invasion in San Antonio, Texas. it is one of my favorite conventions. They put a lot of heart and soul into their efforts there. And then the weekend of October 22nd, if you should find yourself in jolly old Mexico, I shall be at Confuror in Guadalajara. And I'm going to have to work on my Spanish, which is extremely rusty. I only remember what I learned on Sesame Street 50 years ago. Let's see. Thomas Fuchsbau is having a Riesling, as am I, Thomas. Nom, nom, nom. Nikolai Tiger is drinking a Zinfandel from the box. Yes, that is indeed Card Bordeaux. I have drunk box Zinfandel before. It's perfectly good shit. It gets the job done. It's not considered high class, but what the hell does that mean? It tastes good. It gets the job done. That's what matters. Yeah. In fact, let me look at that calendar again. My next wine stream is going to be the 1st of October. 3 weeks later, I shall be at Confuror. Maybe the next wine stream I should get ready. Maybe the next wine stream should be sangria. I do not drink tequila. I do not drink hard liquors except for tomorrow, but that's a special case. Let me know in the comments. I'm a proper YouTuber. Let me know in the comments. What should I have for the wine stream on October 1st, considering my next, Alamo City will be the one. Alamo City is almost Mexico. They're Texas. I think I should do sangria for the next wine stream. Let me know what you guys think. Yep. Let's see. Weissenwolf, you've been around a while, because Weissenwolf remembers when I did the bum wine stream. That was many years ago. It was fun at the time, but I'm never going to do it again because, my God, was I fucked up the next day. I did an entire wine stream dedicated to the bum wines, the wines that the tramps drink. I drank Mad Dog 2020. I drank Thunderbird. I drank Night Train Express. I drank Four Roses. I would have to actually watch the stream again to remember what the hell happened, but I'm not about to. I never watch my wine streams. I don't. That's a matter of policy. I never watch these streams because I am terrified if I were to do so, I would never do another one. Nom. And Dave Nivea says, you should do some genuine Madeira sometime. And you know what, Dave? Because you said that, it's time for a copyright strike. Why? Because I feel like it. She was young, she was pure, she was new, she was nice, she was fair, she was sweet 17. He was old, he was vile, no stranger to vice. He was bad, he was base, he was mean. He had slyly inveigled her up to his flat to view his collection of stamps, all unperforated. And he said as he hastened to put out the cat, the wine, his cigar, and the lamps, have some Madeira, my dear. It's ever so much nicer than beer. If it were gin, you'd be wrong to say yes. The evil gin does would be hard to assess. And besides, 'tis inclined to affect me prowess. Have some Madeira, Madeira. Unaware of the wiles of the snake in the grass, and the fate of a maiden who topes, she lowered her standards by raising her glass, her courage, her eyes, and his hopes. She sipped it, she drank it, she drained it, she did. He quietly refilled it again. And he said, as he secretly carved one more notch in the butt of his gold-handled cane, have some Madeira, Madeira? Well, I have a small cask of it here. And once it's been opened, you know it won't keep. Do finish it off. It will help you to sleep. Have some Madeira, Madeira. Oh, it's ever so much nicer than beer. I don't care for sherry. One cannot drink stout. Port is a wine I could well do without. It's merely a case of chacun or son gout. Have some Madeira, Madeira. And there flashed through her mind what her mother had said, with an anti-penultimate breath. Oh, my dear, should you gaze upon the wine when 'tis red, be prepared for a fate worse than death. She let go her glass with a shy little cry. Crash, tinkle, it fell to the floor. When he said, "What in heaven?" she made no reply. Up her mind and a dash for the door. Have some Madeira, Madeira, rang out down the hall loud and clear, in a tremulous voice that was filled with despair, as she paused to take breath in the cool midnight air. Have some Madeira, Madeira. The words seemed to ring in her ear, until the next morning she woke up in bed, with a smile on her lips and an ache in her head, and a beard on her earlobe that tickled and said, "Have some Madeira, Madeira." That was Flanders and Swan, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not know the names, I recommend you look it up. Michael Flanders and Donald Swan, geniuses of musical theater of the middle part of the 20th century. Drax, my darling old friend, you can fuck right off. Yes, you may. And Sully says, a man with the confidence to sing unaccompanied. My confidence came from this green bottle, my dear friend. Vice and Wolf, am I the only one that can see Kage in a musical? I've performed musicals. I've performed on stage. I've performed musical theater before. There is one role that I have not performed that I would like to someday. I would very much like to perform in Sweeney Todd in the role of Judge Turpin. Anybody who's familiar with it, could you see me in that role? Let me know in the comments. Oh, now, Cosmic Fox, hang on. I need to address some very, very ugly rumors. Many people have made claims that I have sung Bad Bad Leroy Brown at karaoke, but none of these are true. I can state with very, very, very firm confidence that I have always declined invitations to sing at karaoke at conventions. People have come up with all sorts of mean-spirited tales, but all of these are just that, tales. It has never actually happened. Fowlin' Black Wolf. I came in late, so maybe you've done it, but maybe you could sing God Save the King. It is an honest request. Let's see. Where's my collection of flags? Oh, goodness. I think they got buried. Oh, goodness. No, that's not it. That's the wrong one. Here. Hang on. This is it. All right. Because Fallon asked, I shall, but I have to get the. No. Oh, no, definitely not. Oh, goodness. There we go. Again, I'm an American. I have no fealty to the British Crown. I never met Her Majesty, but she was the only English monarch I ever knew. Let's be honest. I have no love for Charles III, but that poor son of a bitch has got one hell of an uphill job to face. I would not want to be in his shoes. So, just for you, Your Majesty, you poor bastard. God save our noble king. Long live our gracious king. God save the, king. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the king, 'cause he's gonna fucking need it. Play ball. There you go. All right, that was just for Fowlin. Yep. Oh, Keto. Oh, it's Mrs. Keto. Hello, Keto's wife. You have a lovely singing voice. Anyone who says otherwise is a darn liar. Okay, Mrs. Keto, I am going to defer to Drax, who is a professional musician, who is in a much better position to judge my singing voice, which he has described to my face as fingernails on a blackboard during the, how did he put it? Fingernails on a blackboard during the compression of a rubbish van. So there you have a professional musician's shit, what he talks about, yes. Anarcho Fox says, it sounds weird with the gender-swapped wording. We've been singing God Save the Queen since when my mother was a little girl. And now all of a sudden it's king. But okay, it's the 21st, 23rd, what the fuck century is it? It's the modern day. Everybody's swapping genders. Maybe Queen Elizabeth can be a man now. She always wanted to be, I'm sure. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Oh, and we need to give Kage Brazilian flag and the lyrics of Endless Brazilian do I have a Brazilian flag? Danny, I do not have a Brazilian flag. Maybe we should fix that. I've got like every goddamn other place that. Get me a Brazilian flag. Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah. We got the. I could sing the flowers of the forest, but that's very, very sad. Do I know any other Scottish songs? We could do Loch Lomond, but we've heard that so many times. And having recently toured the Highlands and visited Bannockburn and Stirling Castle, I really feel I should sing some proper Scottish songs, like Runrig or something like that, you know. I could walk 5,000 miles and I could walk 5,000 more. La 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 da 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 da. I know about that. And Katie says, The Scotsman. I don't know how the tune goes. I know the words, but I don't know the tune. And Cosmic Fox says, Eurofurence 19 not ring a bell. All the Eurofurences run together in my mind, Cosmic. You're going to have to narrow it down to specific. Drax says, in that posh demon voice of his, speaking of laziness, I've got to head to bed. Got a lovely full day of work tomorrow. So, all right, Drax, pip, pip, cheerio, Bob's your uncle, crumpets, scones, and fuck off until later. Right. Love it to pieces. Love Kage. Right. All right. Let's see. Danny, does any furry convention play the national anthem in open ceremony? Actually, no. I have only ever seen Brazil Fur Fest play their national anthem at opening ceremonies, and I found it very, very moving. I stood for their national anthem, not knowing what else to do. I held my hand because that's what Americans do. I hope that was appropriate. And Drax says, toodaloo, tiddlywinks, fuck off, in it, etc. Good night, in it. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hang on. Are there any Australians in the channel at this time? I wish Doc Rat was here. Oh my God. Are there any Australians in the channel at this time? In it. Raise your hand. You can't. I'd like to know. Cosmic says, Eurofurence 19 karaoke event in the piano bar. Cosmic, I suspect that you remember something I don't, which probably means I don't want to remember it. With tremendous trepidation, I'm going to ask you to expound. And since Cosmic has said so, I'm going to sing the Australian national anthem, which is not Waltz and Matilda, as many people think. The Australian national anthem goes like this. Big Bonnie Fish became suddenly rich, got a big fancy house in Melbourne, with buckets of loot and big black leather boots, acting so haughty and well-born. But we of Australia are children of convicts. Some of us wear it quite proudly. So as he rides by and is carried so fine, I wave and I call to him loudly. Everyone, Was your grandma a whore? Was your grandpa a thief? Were they forgers and grafters that fell to their grief? If you're born of Australia, I know who you be. You're the son of a scoundrel like me. Madam McKay loves the men from the sea. She says that they're good for business. Her daughters are found in a section of town known for a certain rudeness. Then the cops paid a call, and the judge said, "That's all. It's time for a new profession." Marie laughed out loud, and in front of the crowd, she said, "Judge, would you answer one question? Was your grandma a whore? Was your grandpa a thief? Were they forgers and grafters that fell to their grief? If you're born of Australia, I know who you be. You're the son of a scoundrel like me." Play ball. There we are. Oh, Dutchy Cat. Hello, Dutchy Cat. Good to see you. What else do I have here? I could sing the Dutch national anthem. Play ball. Okay. That was the Dutch national anthem, as we all know. I'll reserve this for later. Oh, right. Okay. Cosmic Fox says, okay, do you know the Army song? I know a lot of Army songs, Cosmic Fox. Again, there's lots of Army songs. You're in the Army now. You might have to narrow that down. Yeah. Weissenwolf, take a shot at the Italian one then. Actually, for the Italian national anthem. Here it is. Yeah, that's the one. The Italian national anthem, it's all somatic. You don't need words. Play ball. Bavanka says, if you're going to sing the German anthem, you better learn Auf Verständnis aus Ruinen. Actually, I'm always afraid to sing the German anthem because I know there are some verses that you're not supposed to sing, but they're my favorite ones. There's one they told me not to sing, but it's the best one. Okay, I mean no insult, and please do not hold it against me, but when I sing, Deutsche Frauen, deutsche Treue, deutscher Wein und deutscher Song, loosely translated into English, it means, let's all be friends, get drunk, and fuck. I can get behind that national anthem. That's incredible. Oh, yes, Thomas Foxwell said that's the East German anthem. Okay. And then there's... I got all these flags here. Okay. Should I do the original version of this? This is actually something I love to do. Because the history of America is steeped in alcohol. Francis Scott Key was interned on a British man of war off the coast of Maryland, when the British were bombarding Fort McHenry. And it's still controversial to this day. I don't think history will ever understand exactly what happened, but he wrote this poem, and the poem fits so perfectly to a song that would have been sung on that British vessel, and that was the anthem of the Anacreonic Society. The Anacreonic Society was, they said it was a literary society. It was a fraternity. It was a boys' club. They chose as their mascot the Greek poet Anacreon. You've heard of Homer. You've heard of all of the great Greek poets. Anacreon wrote a lot of Greek poems, and they all took the form of there was a young man from Nantucket. Anacreon wrote pornographic, smutty poems in ancient Greece. He was the ancient Greek version of there was a young man from Nantucket. So the Anacreonic Society was a drinking club of young men in London. And they suspect that some of these boys had commissions in the Royal Navy and were present. And Francis Scott Key, as he observed the bombardment of Fort McHenry, heard these drunken louts belting out their anthem. And he wrote his poem to the tune, not caring one whit for the words themselves. To Anacreon in heaven, where he sat in full glee, a few sons of harmony sent a petition that he there inspire and Patreon would be. The answer came back from the jolly old Grecian, voice, fiddle, and flute, be thou no longer mute. I'll lend you my name and inspire you to boot. And thus I'll instruct you once more to entwine the myrtle of Venus with Bacchus's wine. I like my version much better. And Rex Botanov, yes, okay, the Deutschlandlied, it's not necessarily forbidden, but it's in very, very bad taste. I prefer Die Wacht am Rhein. If you don't know the words, well, if you've seen the movie Casablanca, you know it. Yep. Versteht und treu die Wacht am Rhein. Versteht und treu die Wacht am Rhein. Lieb Vaterland, magst ruhig sein. Lieb Vaterland, magst ruhig. At this point, you need to have a guy come in, go to the band and say, play the Marseillaise. Play it. And then they all look at Humphrey Bogart and he goes, and then they play the Marseillaise and they drown out the Die Wacht am Rhein with the Marseillaise, which is not this flag, but I can't find the right one. But yeah, that's how it works, yeah. Cosmic says, do you know the army goes rolling along? I could look up the lyrics, but I do not know it off the top of my head. I know, you're in the army now, you're not behind a plow, you're digging a ditch, you son of a bitch, you're in the army now. That's the kind of army song I know. Wait, Thomas Foxbell says that's Belgian. No, no, this is Germany. Depends on how you hold it. It's there. Now it's Germany. Yeah. This is the German flag. You just have to hold it the right way. Right?
Here it is.
Yeah. See? It's the same flag. It just. There. Happy? Du hast mich. Du hast mich gefragt. Du hast mich gefragt. Yeah, okay. That's hard to sing. So, okay, yeah, Germany and Belgium share a common. Oh, no, actually, no, wait, they are kind of fucked up, aren't they? Am I allowed to? Okay, I can't. Is this going to get me in trouble with the Chinese? I can't remember. Is this one I'm not allowed to fly?
Yeah. All right. What else we got here?
Yeah, why not? It's time. Marikita rakyat Singapura sama sama menuju bahagia. Cita-cita kita yang mulia berjaya Singapura. Everybody now. Marilah kita bersatu dengan semangat yang baru. Semua kita berseru. Majulah Singapura. Majulah Singapura. I just had to note what's going on. Stop singing, you are embarrassing yourself. Well, it's good to have friends, I guess. Okay. Sorry, where were we? Shall we get back to the Winestream then? Cosmic says, Did you hear about that guy that runs a pawn shop that was brought a photo album with a bunch of undocumented World War II photos? No, I did not, Cosmic. I'm curious where this is going. Actually, that might have come from Drax. Maybe I should read that. Actually, later. Actually, I'm going to take another break because wine has a tendency to go right through. I'm going to visit the little room again. So talk among yourselves. And again, I'm going to hit the mute because there was that one evening I didn't, and I'll be back.
There, I'm back. What did I miss? Okay, oh, wow. Okay, I came back and Cosmic says it allegedly has a lot of pictures from Nanjing during the Japanese occupation. I'll tell you what, Cosmic, let's talk about that another time because that doesn't sound like the feel-good movie of the year. All right. Game Girl Studio. I'm actually curious about Uncle Kage, his fursona and fursuit. Would he still wear it? Game Girls, if you're talking about the Chester Ringtail fursuit, I gave that fursuit away years ago. Number one, I no longer have quite the figure that's necessary to wear the Chester Ringtail fursuit. Let's see if I can bring a picture of that up. So I don't have the fursuit anymore. It was given away to somebody. No, I will not tell you who. But it was given to a young fursuiter that I hope will be able to enjoy it as much as I would. Oh my gosh. I never realized that it was Dog Bomb that posted this picture. My goodness. All right. Well, why not? Okay, we're going to flash this up very, very, very briefly. That's all you get to see. Okay, that was the Chester Ringtail fursuit, but I no longer have the figure to wear Chester. Furry trainer, am I drinking out of one of the wine glasses you got me for my birthday? Perhaps. I suspect, yes. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, Sully is going in. Good night, Sully, if you're still here. I don't know if you're still here. We may make this a short stream tonight because I suspect when this bottle is done, I will be done. I probably should have had dinner before I started the stream. This is a lesson I learned some time ago, but apparently I forgot it tonight. Let's see. Yep. Good night, Danny. Thank you, my dear friend. Send me an email. We will definitely talk about 2023. And Cosmic says, if your email is still open to emails, well, Cosmic, it wouldn't really be an email if it wasn't open to emails. I can share the TikTok to you if you do. I'll tell you what. My email is unclekage01@gmail.com. Send me the shit and I will look at it when I'm sober. Oh my God, Nonsanity. Ladies and gentlemen, Nonsanity, a true legend of furry fandom and an overly modest one at that. Nonsanity did some of the most incredibly whimsical and charming music videos that our fandom has ever known. I'm going to give a wave and a hug back to you, my dear old friend. I do miss you. I really wish you would come and visit sometime. Nonsanity was very, very active and doing all sorts of wonderful furry things and making puppetry videos. Then had a kid and suddenly realized that having a child eats up all of your free time. Wait a minute, hang on. Isn't the kid in college now? I mean, it's about... If the kid's in college, you can start making videos again. I think it's about the right time, isn't it? Actually, it's right, yeah. Now, either nobody's talking or there's a lot of lag.
Yeah, they're 18. The kid's 18. Yeah. Send them off to college and make some more puppetry videos. That's what I meant to say. Because I cannot hear the song if I had $1 million without thinking of Fluff and Such. Because that was the ultimate video for that. Send them to puppetry college. Wait a minute. There's a puppetry college at Yukon Slippery Stallion. Are you serious? Okay. You're not making this shit up. There is a puppetry college at University of Connecticut. I want clarification on that. Weissenwolf says, what food are you craving right now? More of this. That's what I'm craving. Is the website fluffandsuch.com still alive? He said, Nonsanity, I must know, because if it is, I'm going to link it. We got 10 seconds of lag. This is a particularly long lag tonight, but I'm going to look this up. Okay, yeah, it's an old, there it is, okay. Folks who are still watching here, yes, okay. The website might be old, but you know what? It still works. There it is. It is some of the most incredibly charming, whimsical, brilliant, and lovable puppetry I have ever seen in my long, long life. Yes, it's an old website. It's out of date. But you could say Herman Melville is old and out of date. It's still a classic. Yes, and handwritten HTML. I remember doing that myself. Yes, and Talon says, someday there will be vintage internets. Just depends on who is hosting them. And Weissenwolf says, here's an old question. I'm waiting for Weissenwolf to finish that. We've apparently lost most of the audience because the chat has slowed down significantly. Either that or I'm just reading it very slow. I think that once this glass is done, I might be done. Okay, Weissenwolf, that's a ridiculous question. What's your favorite stooge? Who is anybody's favorite stooge? Everybody's favorite stooge is Curly. However, my second favorite stooge would be Larry Fine. Why? Larry Fine, Lawrence Feinberg, was a Philadelphia native. He was a native son of Philly. And on South Street in Philly, there's actually a little memorial to Lawrence Feinberg, who was known as Larry Fine. I had the incredible joy and honor of very, very briefly meeting and getting to shake the hand of Larry Fine's daughter. It was years ago, and it was very, very passing, but I listened to her tell stories about her father. He was a great guy. He was your typical old Jewish granddad. She said that his face, one side of his face was very, very soft, very smooth, very, very, very fair. The other side of his face was like leather. That was the side that Mo had slapped all those years, and it had basically calloused. Mo Howard discovered him on a vaudeville stage. He was this Philadelphia kid dancing a Russian jig while playing a violin. Hardly a crowd pleaser, but Mo saw his potential. Mama T says, some of us are still here just busy with the wine, just like me. Yeah. Cosmic adds, okay, yes, Mo is Cosmic's favorite. I guess we all have our favorite stooge. If you're a stage performer and you watch some of these wonderful shorts that the Stooges made, you can recognize some of the errors that happened, some of the bloopers that happened that they kept. One of them that was my favorite, even from a young age, I recognized something was weird here. There was a scene where all three of them, it was Mo, Larry, and Shemp. They were in drag. They were dressed up as women for whatever the hell, some gag they were doing. And at one point, Mo goes skipping off into the background, and he trips and falls and then rolls out of camera. And in an interview with Mo Howard years later that I saw when I was older, he did that little exit, but he was wearing high heels. He's a guy who doesn't know how to wear high heels. He tripped and fell off the high heels and sprained his ankle and basically landed in a heap and just rolled out of camera. And the director, Jules White, kept it because it worked. Hade Devil or Hair Devil says, any reason why Tien mooning the camera basically became a staple of your collar streams? Hair or Hade, I don't quite understand exactly what you're saying because I only comprehend about 50% of the words. If you could clarify. Aldea Carufa says, who remembers the cartoon series, The Three Robonic Stooges? Nobody, Aldea. Nobody wants to remember it. It never happened. Let's not talk about it, shall we, please? They needed the money, and it didn't happen. Let's just let it rest. Oh, boy. But I will reiterate, Austin Schmuck, the ancestors of the Stooges, Buster Keaton, Harold Lloyd, Charles Chaplin, Fatty Arbuckle, the great silent film comics, these guys who took to this brand new medium. It was the YouTube of its day. It was this novelty that not everybody had access to. It's like, hey, let's try this shit out. And I will also add in Georges Méliès, who saw this new medium as a means to create a bit of trompe-l'oeil. He created what we would call special effects. I can use this bizarre photographic technique to do a bit of sleight of hand. I can make a woman disappear and a skeleton appear in her place. I can cause my head to appear suddenly up here without giving anything away. If anybody has not seen the movie Hugo, just go watch it. In channel, don't say shit. Don't say a word. Shut up. Anybody else, go see Hugo. Get it on Amazon. Buy the DVD if you're old-fashioned. Just watch it. You'll appreciate it. I actually have a collection of Buster Keaton shorts over there. And since we've been putting links into channel, let's do this again. Buster Keaton, one of the greatest silent film comics, probably one of the most brilliant improvisational comics of all time. His very, very last film appearance was in 1965, and it was, I guess you would call it, a promotional video for the Canadian railway system. I am linking it in the channel. It's called The Railrodder. Like any of Buster Keaton's works, I can't describe it. I can't tell you what it's about. It's just Buster Keaton wants to take a trip across Canada. You've got the link. Go and watch it. Hello, Luke. You got here just in time. Click on that link. You have to watch Buster Keaton in The Railrodder. Again, when this glass is done, I think I am too. This is an unusual Winestream in that's only 2 bottles in. But then timing was such I did not have time to have dinner, so I actually started this stream with nothing in my stomach except breakfast, so yeah, okay. Let me close this shit here, because if I get started on Buster Keaton, I'll just talk about that for the rest of the night. And Aldia Karufis says, I watched it recently. I still need to watch the making of. Vice and Wolf, wasn't Buster Keaton the one who would finish his shows with, I hope I didn't hurt anyone. If I did, I'm sorry. Vicen, I think you're thinking of somebody else. I suspect that you are thinking of Red Skelton. Red Skelton was very, very conscious of offending people with his comedy. And he would often close his shows with, number one, that he was very, very pleased to be able to present his comedy without the use of 4-letter words, to which I am a poor follower. But he would often say, if something I have said has caused you grief or offense, please understand I didn't mean to. And I think every comic today has that same thought in mind. I am here to entertain. I am here to make you feel good. I am here to give you a moment of levity. If I have said or done something that offended you, it was not my intention. And I am very, very deeply sorry. I didn't mean to. And that was what Red Skelton would try to convey at the end of his performances. Luke Knapp, is there a reason the thumbnails for all your AC story hours were changed? Actually, Luke, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't change the thumbnails for my story hours. Are you talking on YouTube or someplace? Yeah. Look, what are you talking about? I didn't do it. If the thumbnails were changed, please tell me. I need to talk to somebody because I didn't do that. Non-sanity, yes. If we shadows have offended. Yes. And if we shadows have offended, that's the line you were looking for. Yeah. And Fallon Black Wolf, thank you very much. He never called himself a comic. He always referred to himself as a clown. He was a humorist. He was a comedian. He was a funny man, but in the end, he always called himself a clown. And I remember lying on the floor of my family home on Kingwood Road in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, in the late 1960s, watching Red Skelton on television with my late father. And I remember something Mr. Skelton said. I couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 years old. And that statement resonated with me, stayed with me, even if at the time as a little boy I didn't understand all the words. It stuck with me and it became a part of my being. Even now, more than 50 years later, he said, if someday you're not feeling well, you should remember some little thing that I've said or done here tonight. And if it brings a smile to your face or a chuckle to your heart, then my purpose as a clown has been fulfilled. I remember that. And that struck some chord deep in my developing psyche, and I think made me what I am today. Those simple words. Then my purpose as a clown has been fulfilled. That's why we do it. That's why all clowns do what we do. Dick Van Dyke gave the eulogy for Stan Laurel, in which he said, God bless all clowns. Because they take their pain and their sorrow and they turn it into something that you can laugh at. And that is a universal truth. That is why every clown does what they do. From Buster Keaton, Stan Laurel, myself, all of the clowns of the past. We take our pain, we take our sorrow, and we convert that energy into something you can laugh at so it doesn't cause you pain or sorrow. And that is the purpose and the meaning of a clown. Okay, no, you're not too late. We're just winding down. Once this glass is done, so am I. Let's Let's see if I can pull up. I'm typing. Let's see if I can pull up that text. As we slowly click, there it is. Always go to Reddit. There it is. Close that shit. Okay, too many words. I need the short version. There it is. This is Dick Van Dyke at the eulogy of Stan Laurel. God bless all clowns who star in the world with laughter, who ring the rafters with flying jest, who make the world spin merry on its way. God bless all clowns. So poor the world would be, lacking their piquant touch, hilarity. The belly laughs, the ringing lovely. God bless all clowns. Give them a long, good life. Make bright their way, their race apart. Alchemists most who turn their heart's pain into a dazzling jest to lift the heart. God bless all clowns. Mr. Van Dyke, God bless you, sir. Mama T recently had lunch at a restaurant still owned by the family of Mrs. Calabash. You kids have no idea who we're talking about, but I can still remember Jimmy Durante. Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, you kids have Google. Go look it up. I fear that probably within the next couple of years, pardon, we are going to lose one of the greatest, most incomprehensibly brilliant comic talents in all history, and that is Carol Burnett. I grew up with Carol Burnett. I learned a lot from her and from her crew. Interesting story about Carol Burnett, and maybe somebody can tell me if it's been revealed. Carol Burnett is recognized as a legend in the field of comedy. Many years ago, she was doing some little sideshow off-Broadway, whatever the hell, stage production. Somebody who was a very, very well-known figure in the comedy field walked up to her at the stage door and said, "You've got talent. I am going to pay to send you to acting school to polish that talent. And you are going to be great. The condition is you must never tell anyone who I am." And there's speculation to this day, but I don't think Mrs. Burnett ever revealed who her benefactor was. Some people say it was Danny Kaye. Other people say it was lots of folks. That's an aside. I've got about 100 milliliters left. There's 100 milliliters left to this stream. Mama T says, I salute the memories of the great ones. And I do too. It is all well and good to salute the memories of the great ones. God bless them. But I will also salute the ones who are coming. The boozy badgers, the alkalis, the Ronnies, the incredible talent out there that is rising, these stars that are just on the horizon that are coming into their own, who have yet to be recognized by the international community for their brilliance. Will that recognition ever come? Maybe, I don't know. But I'll recognize it. I will always raise my glass. I will always tip my hat. I will always bow to Alkali and to Boozy and to others that I have seen who have demonstrated that genius of comic timing that is so rare in the world. That same timing that we have seen in Groucho Marx. And I'm going to say it right now. Boozy has that same wit that Groucho Marx gave to the world. Will the world recognize it? Maybe, maybe not. But I do. And that's all that matters. You know why? Because it's my fucking stream. That's why it matters. Oh, Katie says, kids are done watching Voltron. Hey, wait a minute, Katie, hang on. They're watching Voltron. Is it the Five Lions Voltron? Or is it the other shit? The Five Lions, those are the only Voltrons that their Uncle Sam is willing to acknowledge. If they are watching Go Lion, that's fine. The rest of it, And Katie says, Five Lions, who do you take me for? You're indeed my niece. God bless you, my darling. We'll see you soon. We are 75 milliliters from the end of the show. I've often complained to my friend and colleague Chita Aorference, who is the writer for the Pulpit Show. It's too long. The Pulpit Show is too long. Then I get up here and I do a fucking 4-hour Winestream. So I am going to say right now, Cheetah has every moral and legal right to tell me to go fuck myself. So I want you guys to communicate that to him. Bison Wolf. If there's any folk song you could say is your favorite, which would it be? I don't know if Katie's still here or she's gone to bed. Because when she was a baby, I used to sing this to her, and I'm wondering if somewhere in the depths of her memory she remembers it. It's a song that was written by a gentleman named Bell. It's about windmills. And I'll probably get my copyright strike, but I think it is my favorite folk song. It was taught to me by a dear, 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 dear friend when I was a youngster. In days gone by, when the world was much younger, Men harness the wind to work for mankind. Seamen built tall ships to sail on the ocean, while landsmen built wheels their corn for to grind. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the fields. In Flanders and Spain and the lowlands of Holland and the kingdoms of England and Scotland and Wales, windmills sprang up all along the wild coastline, ships of the land with their high canvas sails. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. I'm having a senior moment. Yeah. Forgive me if I repeat the verse. In Lancashire, lads worked hard at the good earth, ploughing and sowing as the seasons declare, waiting to reap all the rich golden harvest. Oh, the miller is idle, his mill to repair. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. Windmills of wood, all blackened by weather, windmills of stone, glaring white in the sun, windmills like giants ready for tilting, windmills that died in the gales and are gone. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. I think Katie's gone to bed, but I'm very, very curious if she remembers. Because I would hold her in my lap when she was a little baby and I would sing that song to her. Yes, Luke, Cheetah writes the Paw Pet Show. Cheetah.de, that is. I've been wanting to get my little niece Katie to join me in a duet. I've recorded part of it, and then the project sort of fell by the wayside. Katie has an outstanding voice herself. I wouldn't call it a folk song. It was a song that was written by a Royal Navy sailor back in the 1950s. And it works very, very well as a duet. I've heard Maddie Pryor and June Tabor sing it together. But the song is called The Gray Funnel Line. Gray funnel. In the heyday of transatlantic oceanic voyages, the various transatlantic shipping lines were recognized by the colors of their funnels. The White Star line had White Star buff. The Cunard line had red and black. The smokestacks, the funnels, would be painted in the colors of the shipping line. The gray funnel line referred to the Royal Navy because the funnels were painted in gray. And this lonely sailor wrote this song, which is very, very haunting, and which I have sung when I was working in soul-crushing jobs. And maybe I should resurrect this project and send it to Katie and say, would you please do the soprano part to my tenor and baritone portion? If I haven't got a copyright strike by now, I'm sure this will get it to us. But it's a beautiful song for anybody who has ever worked in a job that they felt was killing them. Don't mind the rain or the roaring sea. The weary night never worries me. But the hardest time in a sailor's day is to watch the sun as it dies away. Here's one more day on the gray funnel line. The finest ship that sails the sea is still a prison to the likes of me. But had I wings like Noah's dove, I'd fly up harbor to the one I love. Here's one more day on the gray funnel line. Oh Lord, if wings were only real, I'd have my hand on that wooden wheel, and with all my strength I'd turn her round and tell the boys that we're homeward bound. Here's one more day on the gray funnel line. I'd pass the time like some machine until blue water turned to green. I'd dance on down that walk ashore and sail the gray funnel line no more. Here's one more day on the gray funnel line. We are 50 milliliters from the end of the show tonight. Fallon Blackwolf says, could we, for the memory of all those who have passed, could we get either Loch Lomond or the Parting Glass? All right. I would prefer the Parting Glass. Now, forgive me as I must bring up the lyrics. We'll do that once this glass is empty, shall we? All right, let's get back to this shit. Cosmic Fox, do you know any numbers from Little Shop of Horrors? I know the numbers from the original Little Shop of Horrors. I know the dentist song, but it's a little late at night and the booze is low. Maybe on the next one. Weissenwolf says, Uncle Kage has such a peaceful voice when he sings. Weissen, that's a beautiful way of describing caterwauling. Cosmic Fox says, grow for me would be amazing. How does it go? I'm trying to remember the lyrics. I've given you something. I've given you dirt. You've given me nothing except heartache and heart. I'll give you a few drops if that will appease. Oh, please. Oh, please. Grow for me. Yeah. Oh, that would be a lot of fun to perform. Since the glass is almost empty, I've got the lyrics here. Boozy does this much better than I could. But since I've had two bottles, do bottle, I think I'm ready for it. Another copyright strike. I'm sure I'll get it. But you know what? I don't fucking care. You don't need to like. You don't need to subscribe. I don't give a rat's ass. If you want to do either, go ahead. It doesn't make any difference to me. Because of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it all in good company, and all the harm I've ever been done, at last it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. So fill to me the parting glass, and drink a health whate'er befalls. Then I have probably looked at the wrong verse with the words that are here, and I will try to start again by looking closely at these words, because my eye went to the wrong place in the list with all these words. Of all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away. And all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be with you all. I think we're done at that point. Cosmic says, someone refill his glass so he can't leave. I'm afraid I'm out of booze and I'm out of lyrics. I don't know what else to sing. So unless somebody can provide me more booze or provide me something else to sing, we might be done for the night. Vice and Wolf says, I say you should finish with those words of Red Skelton. I've already mentioned them once, but I guess it's worth mentioning again. But before I do, let me see if I can find one more song. Boozy has taught me some wonderful songs from the river. I really want to have my dear friend here again, because we are separated by a generation, but he's a young man who appreciates the old songs. He was taught songs from the river. Let's see if I can find one of the ones that he taught me. I would sing My Old Kentucky Home. The problem is, the words that I learned, we don't sing anymore. So, let's see. What the heck is that song that he sings? Give me a second here while I search my memory. That may be the song. Can I find the lyrics? If Boozy was here, he could do it so much better than I could. Well, it's hard on the beach, or she moves too slow. Way down in Shawnee Town on the Ohio. Oh, boy. Now, Boozy does that so much better. Mama says, I can have a bottle to you in 3 hours. Austin Schmuck says, how about some Stan Rogers? I could do Stan Rogers till the cows come home. You know what? We're 4 hours in, and I've still got copyright strikes. You guys are tired. I'm tired, but you know what? I'm not ready for bed just yet. Excuse me. BRB. This is another bottle of that fantastic Lake Erie Riesling from our cellars in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, just 10 blocks up from the Westin. Every ounce of my rational being is telling me that I'm done and that it's time to go to bed. Yeah. We'll send my rational self to bed. I'll tell you what. I'm going to open this bottle. Maybe. Hey, I'm going to open this bottle. Ah, shit. I'm going to open this bottle. And I am going to sing copyrighted Stan Rogers songs and many, many others until YouTube shuts me down or until all of you leave and there's nobody left in the channel. Is that acceptable to all of you? You tell me. Crazy Little Psycho says, "What sake tastes like? Sake tastes like having
Sex with a very, very hot Japanese person.
And Vice and Wolf, since you brought it up, I'll bring it up. For those of you who do not know, Stan Rogers was arguably one of the greatest folk singers Canada ever produced. He had a magnificent tenor voice. He was a brilliant songwriter. He wrote songs about Canada, particularly about the maritime provinces where he grew up. He was taken far too early. You can look back in history if you're not old enough. Those of us who are old enough remember this. If you're not old enough, you could look it up. I believe it was 1981. An Air Canada jet caught fire on the runway at O'Hare Airport and killed everybody on the plane. Nobody died from burns. We didn't know at the time that the seats were made out of polyurethane, which, when it catches fire, generates hydrogen cyanide. Everybody on the plane died of cyanide poisoning. Stan Rogers was one of them. I know who killed Stan Rogers. My late lamented friend and colleague, Professor Philip Holton of University of Toronto. When he was a graduate student, his friends were going to go see Stan Rogers in concert. And they said, "Phil, come with us." He said, "No, I have to study." And they said, but. And he said, "No, it's all right. It's not like he's going to die or anything." Stan Rogers wrote a song that he performed. And when the song was done, in his own words, the audience was quiet and he distinctly heard somebody say, "My God, he's written a new national anthem." And as Stan said, not exactly what I had in mind, but close. So if I get a copyright strike, I'm good, because the copyright strike would go to the estate of Stan Rogers, and if they're going to get what couple of fractions of a pennies my little channel will get for them, then it's worth it to me. Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea, tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, and make a Northwest Passage to the sea. Westward from the Davis Strait, 'tis there 'twas said to lie, the sea route to the Orient for which so many die, seeking gold and glory, leaving weathered, broken bones, and a long forgotten lonely cairn of stone. If you know the chorus, join me. Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea, Tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, and make a northwest passage to the sea. Then through the night behind the wheel, the mileage clicking west, I think upon Mackenzie, David Thompson, and the rest, who cracked the mountain ramparts and did show a path for me to race the roaring Fraser to the sea. Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea. Tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, and make a northwest passage to the sea. How then am I so different from the first men through this way? Like them, I left a settled life, I threw it all away, to seek a northwest passage at the call of many men, to find there back the home, but the home, to find there but the road back home again. Blame this. Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea. Tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, and make a northwest passage to the sea. I see Emperor of Mars is here, my favorite Austrian. How are you, mein Freund aus Österreich? Hello. Says, I'm eating a bit. I'll go soon back into VR, but want to hop by for a few minutes with you. Your singing isn't half bad. It's not half good either, but thank you very much for saying so. Yes, already at the singing stage. I'm 4 hours into it. Of course I am. Yep. Yeah. I was taught many of these songs by, I've mentioned sometimes on this stream, my old friend Phil Holton, whom I met through a mutual friend, Marianne Marcinkevich. I don't know if Marianne watches these streams. I kind of wish she would, because I was a lost, overly imaginative teenager, a dreamer in a world that was not friendly to dreamers. I met this lady, Marianne, who taught me that it was okay to dream, who taught me that it was not only okay to dream, but that it was okay to revel in your dreams, to be proud of your dreams, to take your dreams and just roar out to the world your dreams. a remarkable lady. It's been a long time since I've spoken with her. Marianne, my dear, I hope that you are healthy and happy wherever you are. And I want to thank you, these many years later, for teaching that poor lost young man that it was okay to dream and that it was okay to roar out one's dreams to others. Here's to you, my dear. Since we are on a Stan Rogers kick, and since I've probably already gotten at least one copyright strike, when I was an overly emo teenager, like, oh, the world is all terrible, and oh, all is sorrow and darkness and black and gothness, and she introduced me to a Stan Rogers song that actually meant quite a lot to me. And I suspect it meant a lot to a lot of people. And since we're at that part of the Winestream where we're just saying to hell with the copyright strikes, it's a wonderful song about resilience and being strong in the face of adversity. Stan died, I believe, in 1981, but the words still resonate. The message still resonates, and it is still a beautifully powerful message. And I'll share it now, if only in the hope that one single person watching this stream who is in that, oh, everything is hopeless and oh, the world is terrible phase might get the same energy out of it I did. She went down last October in a pouring driving rain. The skipper he'd been drinking and the mate he felt no pain. Too close to 3 Mile Rock and she was dealt her mortal blow. And the Mary Ellen Carter settled low. There was just us 5 aboard her when she finally was awash. We worked like hell to save her, all heedless of the cost. And the groan she gave as she went down, it caused us to proclaim that the Mary Ellen Carter would rise again. Well, the owners rode her off, not a nickel would they spend. She gave 20 years of service, boys. I blame the alcohol. Yeah. Hang on. I'll start again, but let me get the lyrics up here because with 2.5 bottles of wine in me, I think you can forgive me if sometimes the lyrics get... What the hell? Okay, what? Why? Okay, what? When I look up Mary Ellen Carter, why is it I get lyrics in Russian? All right, forgive me. Well, the owners rode her off. Not a nickel would they spend. She gave 20 years of service, boys, then met her sorry end. But insurance paid the loss to us, so let her rest below. And they laughed at us and said we had to go. But we talked of her all winter, some days around the clock. She's worth $250,000 a-floating at the dock. And with every jar that hit the bar, we swore we would remain and make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. Rise again, rise again. Let her name not be lost to the knowledge of men. All those who loved her best and were with her to the end will make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. All spring now we've been with her on a barge lent by a friend. 3 times a day in a hard hat suit, and twice I've had the bends. Thank God it's only 60 feet and the currents here are slow, or I'd never have the strength to go below. But we patched her rents, stopped her vents, dogged hatch and porthole down, put cables to her fore and aft and girded her around. Tomorrow noon we'll hit the air and then take up the strain and make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. Rise again, rise again. Let her name not be lost to the knowledge of men. All those who loved her best and were with her to the end will make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. For we couldn't leave her there, you see, to crumble into scale. She'd saved our lives so many times living through the gale, and the laughing drunken rats who left her to a sorry grave, they won't be laughing in another day. And you, to whom adversity is dealt the final blow, with smiling bastards lying to you everywhere you go, turn to and put out all your strength of arm and heart and brain, and like the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. Rise again, rise again. Though your heart it be broken, or life about to end, turn to and put out, no matter what you've lost, be it a home, a love, a friend, be like the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. I apologize to Stan Rogers for having munged the lyrics, but I do blame German Riesling, because it does have certain paralytic effects, as you know. Cosmic Fox says, how did the Cinnabar story go? Was an emperor of China? We are shifting gears right now. Weissenwolf says he's like over 2 bottles in. It's actually 2.5 bottles right now, Weissen. Crazy little psycho, what's on his glass? It is the chemistry of wine that is on the glass right now, yes. Cosmic Fox, how did the Cinnabar story again? It was the emperor and... Historians may slap me if I get the dynasty wrong, but I believe it was the Emperor Qin who gave the name to China, the first emperor, the Emperor Qin. Got sick one day, and his Chinese apothecaries made a poultice out of cinnabar. Why? Because in Chinese medicine, you can cure something by applying something of the same color. That's Chinese medicine. Incidentally, if you're jaundiced, they're going to make you drink urine. But the Emperor Qin was fevered, and he was flushed. His skin was turning red. So, his Chinese apothecaries wanted to give him something red. So they created a poultice made of cinnabar, which is a mineral, a rock that is red. They caused him to consume the poultice, and he became sicker. They said, we didn't give him enough. Let's give him more. So they gave him more. And he became sicker, so they increased the dose. He got sicker, they increased the dose. And then he died. And the Chinese apothecaries said, oh, well, you can't save them all. In those days, you could cure an illness by giving somebody something that was the same color as the illness. They prescribed cinnabar. Cinnabar is the natural form of mercury. Mercury is a heavy metal. We know today that mercury poisoning is particularly insidious. It is generally accepted among historians that the Emperor Qin died of mercury poisoning because his apothecaries thought they were helping. So when people come to me and they say, oh, I'm into Chinese herbalism, I say, oh, great, you're going to fucking die. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Weissenwolf said, Kage, that's me. What's the one thing you'd love to have right now? Another bottle of wine to, yes, go with us, yes. Hello, Mr. Rivers. It was great seeing you at EF. It was great seeing you at EF, too. My goodness, I've been at this 4.5 hours. I would say when this glass is done, I'll be done. Oh, boy. I could sing another song, but I don't know what to sing. At this point, here's the point where somebody says Barrett's Privateers. That song takes fucking 10 minutes to sing. I don't know if I have 10 minutes of consciousness left in me. If you want me to sing somebody, if you want me to sing something, give me something short to sing because I might well pass out on camera before it's done. Constant says time warp. I could do other parts. Mr. Evers, Gaudiamus Igitur. I could put the version that I put on YouTube, or I could just sing it here. The melody version. Okay. I put Gaudiamus Igitur up on YouTube, and I got a sale. Somebody said, you could at least pronounce the Latin properly. It's like, dude, okay, were you alive in fucking 4th century? Yeah. Don't tell me how to goddamn pronounce Latin if you are not Latin American. Or, you know what I mean, yeah? Any funny, Das England Lied. That's what Gaudiamus Igitur is. Austin Schmuck, you wouldn't happen to know Stan Rogers' song Pharisee. Actually, I don't know Pharisee. Strangely enough, I do not know that one. Mr. Evers says, in Belgium student clubs, it's one of the main songs. I think I have the Belch flag here. Gaudeamus igitur, juvenes dum sumus. Everybody, Gaudeamus igitur, juvenes dum sumus, post jucundam juventutem, post molestum senectutem, nolse behebit humus, nolse behebit humus. Basically, it is, let's fucking party while we're still young and we're not too fucking old. Let's get drunk and enjoy ourselves. And the next verse. Ubi sun qui antenos, it is verb, ubi sun qui antenos, in blah bless, it's, all right, I gotta get the fucking words up here. Because the next verse basically is, where the hell are all the old guys we used to drink with? I think they're all dead. And the next verse is, oh no, they're all in hell, and you have to drink with them in hell. Actually, that's really not so far off. There it is. Ubi sunt qui antenos in mundo fuere, ubi sunt qui antenos in mundo fuere, vadite ad superos, transite ad inferos, ubiam fuere, ubiam fuere. In other words, where are all the fucking old guys we used to drink with? I don't know. Let's look in hell. Let's look in heaven. They're somewhere. We'll just fucking drink with them. That's actually what that's pretty much what they say. Yeah. And we go on. Vita nostra brevis est. Our life is brief. Brevi finitur. Soon it will end. Venit mos velociter. Death comes quickly. Rapidos atrociter. Snatches us cruelly. Nemini passetur. To nobody will be. Okay, that's too fucking. That's a downer. Okay, if we're gonna sing drinking songs, we have to sing, happy drinking songs. You missed the majority of the string. No, you missed the boring parts of the string. You just came into the drunken singing portions. Yeah. Voice. But about the American anthem, you missed it. You came in late. I sang that one earlier. Let's see. Luke Knapp, any funny stories about things that happened behind the scenes during your performances, Winestream or else? Luke, the answer is hell yes, but I don't know how much I still have in me because this is my third bottle. Holy shit. And there's nobody here to help me drink it. All right, let's see what else we got here. Gaudium sigitur juvenestum sumnus. Let us drink, let us party while we're still young. Because once we're old, we're going to fucking die and there's going to be no partying anymore. That's what it is. Gaudiamus igitur, let us rejoice. Juvenestum sumnus, while we're still young. Post jucundum juventudem, we're still young, let's have fun. Post molestum senectutem, we're going to be goddamn old. Nos habebit humus, we're going to be goddamn buried. Gaudeamus igitur juvenes dum sumus. Boy. All right, what else could I sing? Okay, we could sing this one in an Irish morality tale. It was taught to me by my grandmother when I was a little boy. I couldn't have been more than 4 years old. I remember sitting on my grandmother's knee, and she sang this song to me. 'Twas late in the evening, the crowd was all leaving. O'Leary was closing the bar. When the barkeeper said to the lady in red, "Get up, you can't stay anymore." She wept a sad tear in her bucket of beer, and she thought of the cold night ahead. When a gentleman dapper stepped out of the phone booth, and these are the words that he said. Her mother never told her the things a young girl should know about the habits of college boys and how they come and go. Now age has taken her beauty, and sin has left its sad scar. So remember your mothers and sisters, boys, and let her sleep under the bar. My grandmother was very cool, by the way. Oh, wait. Weiss and Wolf says, drunk times call for winds, zwei, drei, lift your stein, and... Cosmic says, have you ever had soju? I don't drink... Yes, I have. The shit is shit. I don't drink it. Weiss and Wolf says, drunk times calls for blah, blah, wins, these, blah, 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 stress. You have to have, yeah, Weiss and Wolf is saying, you have to have the cadence, right? Eins, zwei, drei, vier, lift your stein and drink your beer. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, lift your stein and drink your beer. Drink, 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 two eyes that are bright as stars when they're shining on me. Excuse me. Drink, 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 two lips that are red and sweet as the fruit on the trees. Here's a hope that those bright eyes will shine, lovingly, longingly, soon unto mine. May those lips that are red and sweet tonight with joy my own lips meet. Drink, drink, let the toast start. May young hearts never part. Drink, 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 let every true lover salute his sweetheart. You need a tenor like doing all of the shit here while I drink, but we don't have a tenor here. Okay. Right. Yeah. What else is going on here? I'm still looking for... Viet Dragon says, I had a buzz ball yesterday. It's a ball-shaped container filled with vodka, apple juice, and lime juice. Was sort of meh. The vodka overpowered the... Okay, Vale, you did it wrong. Vale, look up on the Googles caipirinha. Look up caipirinha recipe. That's what you need. If you want lime juice and shit, you need a caipirinha. Because, yay. I'm looking. Okay, there's only like 5 people left in the channel. Holy shit. All right. What the fuck? I'm trying to think of what else I could do to finish this crap out. And look, yes, you are one of them, because if you weren't one of them, you wouldn't be here. Bison Wolf, was there anything you regret but now seems good? Actually, Bison, the honest answer to your question is no. I have regrets. And I cannot honestly say that any of my regrets came back good. There's many, many things that I wish I could go back and redo, but we can't. Silent Dawn is here. Hello, meow. Adik Rufus says, sing Her Majesty. Her Majesty is dead, Adik Rufus. I'm afraid I cannot. I'm still looking for shit that I can sing. I could sing some more here's what we're going to do. I'm going to end this stream with The Witch of the Westmere Lands. That is actually an Archie Fisher song. Now, there's... What the fuck? That's spelled wrong. Okay. Let me get the lyrics up here. I have always loved The Witch of the Westmere Lands. That was a song that was written by Archie Fisher and covered by Stan Rogers. I had the unparalleled in this universe honor of being invited to sing this song as a duet with Alexander James Adams, the Beltane Bard. I suggested this song to Alec and said, you should sing this song. And Alec said, you should do it with me. Because it's a wonderful song. It's a ballad, if you will. It tells an amazing story. And I wish Alec were here right now, because he does an incredible rendition of it. We're going to end this stream with The Witch of the Westmere Lands, and it's going to be just me without Alec, and I'm going to be doing my damnedest to slur and stumble past the words to tell you the story. Adia Karufis says the Oscar Mayer Wiener song. No, period. No, not going to happen. No, sorry. It ain't a song. It's not even a real song. Yeah, we're losing. We're losing viewers by the moment here. Maybe I should just stick straight into that song and call an end to the stream, because I don't think anybody's still here. In fact, why not? I'll do it. Here we go. Archie Fisher told the tale. Stan Rogers covered it. I performed this with Alexander James Adams, and my God, that was the happiest I've ever been on stage, and I very much hope that I can do it again. If you'll excuse me. Pale was the wounded knight that bore the Rowan shield. Loud and cruel were the ravens' cries that feasted on the field, saying, backwater cold and clear, whenever clean your wound, there's none but the maid of the winding mere can make thee hale and soon. So coarse, well me brindled hounds, and fetch me the mountain hare, whose coat is the grey as the west water, or as white as the lily fair, who said green moss and heather bands, whenever staunch the flood, there's none but the witch of the Westmere lands can save thy dear life's blood. So turn, turn your stallion's head, till his red mane flies in the wind, and the rider oh, the moon goes by, and the bright star falls behind. And clear was the paling moon when the shadow passed him by. Below the hill was the brightest star when he heard the owlet cry, saying, "Why do you ride this way? And wherefore came you here?" "I seek the witch of the Westmere lands, who dwells by the Wind and Mere." "Then fly free, your good grey hawk, to gather the golden rod, and face your horse into the clouds above yon gay green wood." And it's weary by the Old's water, and the misty brake burn way, till through the cut of the Crookston Pass the winding water lay. He said, "Lie down, me brindled hounds, and rest ye, me good grey hawk, and thee, my steed, may graze I fill, for I must dismount and walk. But come when ye hear my horn, and answer swift the call, for I fear the sun will arise this morn, you will serve me best of all." And it's down to the water's brim he's borne the Rowan shield, and the golden rod he has cast in to see what the lake might yield. And wet rose she from the lake, and fast and fleet went she, one half the form of a maiden fair, with a jet black mare's body. And loud, long, and shrill he blew, till the steed was by his side. High overhead the grey hawk flew, and swiftly he did ride, saying, "Course well, me brindled hounds, and fetch me the jet black mare. Stoop and strike me, good grey hawk, and bring me the maiden fair." Pardon me. She said, "Pray sheathe thy silvery sword, lay down thy Rowan shield, for I see by the briny blood that flows you've been wounded in the field." And she stood in her gown of the velvet blue, bound round with a silver chain, and she's kissed his pale lips once and twice, and 3 times round again. And she's bound his wound with the golden rod, full fast in her arms he lay, and he has risen hale and sound, with the sun high in the day. She said, "Ride with your brindled hound at heel, and your good grey hawk in hand. There's none can harm the knight who's lain with the witch of the Westmere land." I love that song because the guy had sex with a centaur. Think about it. I get very emotional about that. What's the name of the song? "The Witch of the Westmere Land," originally by Archie Fisher, covered by Stan Rogers. That's what it is. Yeah. I still have very much. There's only like 5 people left in the stream. Holy shit! All right. Since there's only a few folks left and there's only a few swallows left, pardon me, I'm going to sing a song that I heard from Stan Rogers back in the 1990s. It was very meaningful to a 1990s crowd, maybe not so meaningful to the children of today, but those who are my age and thereabout, I shall sing it because all of us can relate. We need this rhythm. You can all do this, right? Well, I rise up every morning at 7:45. Some woman who's my wife tells me not to be late. I kiss the kids goodbye, can't remember their names. And week after week, it's always the same. And it's, oh boys, can't you code it? Whoa, program it right. Nothing ever happens in this life of mine. I'm hauling out the data on the Xerox line. Well, it's coding the data, give the keyboard a punch, then cross, correlate, and a break for some lunch. Correlate, tabulate, process, and screen. Program, print out, progress to the mean. And it's, oh boys, can't you code it? Whoa, program it right. Nothing ever happens in this life of mine. I'm hauling out the data on the Xerox line. Well, it's home again, eat again, watch some TV, make love to my woman at 10:53. I dream the same dream when I'm sleeping at night. I'm soaring over a hill like an eagle in flight. And it's, oh boys, can't you code it? Whoa, program it right. Nothing ever happens in this life of mine. I'm hauling out the data on the Xerox line. Someday I'm gonna give up all the buttons and things. I'll punch that time clock till it can't ring. Burn out my necktie and set myself free. 'Cause no one's gonna fold, bend, and mutilate me. And it's, oh boys, can't you code it? Whoa, program it right. Nothing ever happens in this life of mine. I'm hauling out the data on the Xerox line. And it's, oh boys, can't you code it? Whoa, program it right. Nothing ever happens in this life of mine. I'm hauling out the data on the Xerox line. Xerox line. And for the 7 people still left on the stream, at the request of Weissenwolf, and since I've only had this here, I spent the last 5 hours sitting here doing stupid shit. Bad Kid says 7 people, I say 30. It's my stream. What I say goes. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong number. What I say goes. I'm spinning a story. Bad Kid, it's my story, and we're going with it. All right. All right. Yeah. For the past 5 hours, I've been sitting here drinking, making an idiot of myself, saying silly shit, singing songs, basically being an asshole. But I did it, hopefully, so that you would laugh. Because I don't think I need to explain that today we need laughter more than ever. We all know that the world today has become very, very complicated. There's shit going on that a lot of us don't understand, that a lot of us wish we could fix, desperately wish we could fix, but we cannot. And it causes us grief, it causes us stress, it causes us consternation. And that's where the clown comes in. When the world is complicated, when the world gives us grief, when the world gives us consternation, the clown steps forward and does stupid shit. The clown acts like an idiot. The clown stands on his head. The clown drops his pants. The clown gets drunk. The clown does whatever he can to make you forget what's going on in the world for just a moment or two. And as Weissenwolf has suggested, I will quote my long-standing idol and mentor, whom I never met, but I wish I had, Red Skelton. Yeah, today's world is going to shit. But if someday, if with everything that's happening today, we have wars in Ukraine, we've got political turmoil, we've got upheaval, we have threats to democracy in the United States. All sorts of shit is happening, and it's all very, very heavy. But with all of this happening, if you're not feeling well, and among all of this, you should remember some little thing that I've said or done here tonight. My idiotic proclamations, my off-key singing, my stupid sayings. If something that I have said or done here tonight brings a smile to your face or a chuckle to your heart in these days when it's very badly needed, then my purpose as a clown has been fulfilled. And I am very, very proud and honored to have been able to fulfill that role tonight. God bless all of you. Please don't forget to stop and laugh, because especially today, that is the last bastion of sanity that we have, the ability to step back and laugh. Good night, and God bless.